Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is Thursday night. Let's talk about some theories on some recent crimes tonight, guys. We're going to have a couple guests as always. It should be an interesting conversation. Once again, don't forget everything we talk about on this channel is purely alleged and 100% speculation. Thank you for joining us. Let's do this thing. Here we go. What's up? Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Thank you guys for stopping back by. I told you I'd be back, and here I am. Went through the day, got that out of the way. It was a rough day, but that's why I'm back in here. I definitely need to be. Thank you all for joining us. And as you all saw with the title, let's talk about some theories on some recent crimes. And it doesn't have to be Idaho per se. Okay. There's a bunch of other recent stuff. We can talk about all that and then some. And let's try to use common sense with these things, guys. I think it would be quite interesting to hear everybody's thoughts on that. And hello, Mr. Sergeant Friday. Welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure, sir.
You're awesome, bro.
I appreciate you. And I appreciate all of the rest of you. Let's see if we can real quick. Oh, surprise. Miss Cluminati and Mr. Kalidas, how are you this evening?
I'm not here.
Cletus is on board.
Cletus, sir, thank you. So we're gonna have everybody's theories and thoughts on most recent crimes. So let's see what we got tonight. We are definitely gonna talk about that one, see-through. We're gonna talk about the Kansas City 3. Maybe we'll talk about the El Mirage in San Bernardino. There's other crimes out there. We can talk about theories, folks. It's something a little bit different that we're doing tonight. So it looks like tonight we got See-Through Fest in here. Of course, Sergeant Friday's up here with us. Thank you for joining us again, Sarge. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. The Riddler, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Salty Grace, welcome back to you. Brady B, the OG. Yes, dear. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. T2014, Natalie B, welcome back to you. Firefly, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us tonight. Doc, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Let's see. Moonlit Baby, welcome back. City Kerf, welcome back to you. Sarah Bear, great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And so far, that is it, I think. Yes, it is. Please hit that like button on your way in the door. We got 42 peeps in here with 25 likes. We can do something about that, can't we? Let's mega match, folks. Let's get it out there because it's going to be a good one. Come on.
Algorithm. Algorithm.
It's got to get in that algorithm. So, what do you guys think? This was Tomboy Charm. Welcome back to you. This was a concerted effort we all put together. Rachel Rach, welcome to you. Good to see you tonight. Is that the one where they saw the burned bodies? Yes, that's the one. See through. That is the one. Welcome. By the way, I don't know if you heard me earlier this afternoon, but welcome to the sauce. Welcome to the family. You are a member. Appreciate you very much. Grace Renee Elegance. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Talk amongst yourselves. Cletus and Clue and Sarge. I'm gonna grab my coffee and I'll be right back after this.
Cletus, Clue, how are you two?
We're good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I can't even imagine I'm on a panel with you two, as famous as you are.
Keep it clean.
What?
What did he say?
Keep it clean.
Keep it clean.
Go get your coffee and don't choke on the cream. So I was going to say, I said, it's amazing I'm on a panel with you two famous folks.
Hardly. But what have you been doing tonight?
Well, it's been a wonderful day. I had pizza today, double cheese, double pepperoni, onions, and light on the sauce. It was fantastic.
And waffles?
I had waffles yesterday that I think I screwed the batter mix up, but overall, the experience, the Eggo waffle would have outdone the experience I had yesterday with a lot less work, but we're going to give it another try tomorrow.
Just remember the secret.
No, I'm not putting lime juice or lemon juice in my pancakes.
Okay, well, you're missing out, bro.
I'm Italian. I'm two nationalities. Italian. Okay.
I'm just proud to be on a panel with somebody who has earned the prestigious award that you've got as your avatar.
You know, the creation of that award was brought to me by the Cletus and Cluminati. They are the makers of the award, and I accepted it as presented. I appreciate it, you two.
You earned it.
And I wear it as a badge of honor. I think I'm going to have it tattooed like a cyclops eye in the middle of my forehead.
I have a question for you, Sarge.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of the most recent cases that you've seen lately, what way would you pick to go out?
Ooh. The gun battle. Hell yeah.
In the desert?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gun battle. Yep, the other two, and plus they died in a relatively warm region, and that does play. I hate the cold, and even though I live in an area of the country where there's a lot of cold, I would hate to die out there.
Oh, I'm totally with you on that one.
Right. Besides, there's nothing like a good bullet in the morning. That's what I've been told, but that person didn't live long enough to explain themselves. But I've heard that.
That's
Welcome,
always been my
Carolyn
motto.
Miller. Welcome back, Dahlia. Good to see you, Carolyn Miller.
Piss off.
The hell he did just ran us over.
I know.
Where's that bus driver?
Ether.
And he's still going.
My channel.
Oh, sorry. Pardon me.
Anyway,
was the hammer.
I'm just kidding. But welcome everybody that just jumped in. Live, love, sail. Good to see you.
What is
Thank
that?
you for
What
joining
is
us tonight. Tomboy Charm. There's a bunch of you guys, new faces in here. I love it, love it.
Totally clipping him doing that.
What's that?
Nothing.
I heard you say something. Mouth.
Oh, shots fired. We're in the desert. Everybody down.
Oh, she knows I'm kidding. I would never talk down to her that way. But anyway,
You just did.
Mrs. Krampus, good to see you. Listen, Linda. I needed this tonight after what I just went through a couple hours ago. I need some fun stuff. Funny. That was rough. That was one. That was rough. I'll just say
I
that.
think you should answer the question that Clue asked about which one of the three ways of going out would you choose if you had to choose?
One
the
of
latest,
the
latest
do I have,
murder.
do I
Well,
have
I said
choices?
of the latest murders or whatever cases that we've looked at, what way would you choose to go out?
That's kind of a scary question.
I'm morbid, sue me.
Yeah.
So we're talking KC, eyes, and the four, and then the one out there in the desert. Those cases.
I'm gonna say this is morbid. I don't even want to answer this. I'm gonna say the desert because it looks like it was quick.
Yeah.
I hope it was. I hope it was for their sakes. That's all I can say.
Pew 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 pew.
See, there was all kinds of growing places and people that were spotted. They were working in the field out there in the desert. I think everybody's thinking that same thing there, see through. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, kind of, Carolyn, I guess, in a little bit.
Pew pew pew.
Oh, that's speaking of which, I wonder if I can change that now.
What's that?
I can't, damn it. My hold on. My
Do you think they chose which side they were on, the Cowboys or Indians, before the guns started going off, or was that just like a free for all?
You made me take us off camera. Completely off.
Remember getting in arguments with your friends? I got you. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. You're dead. Remember that when you were little, Cleese?
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Before we were trapped behind computer screens, we were actually outside with toy guns shooting each other.
Why did Sydney put a camel?
Oh my God.
There he is.
The hump. He's got one hump. It's Wednesday. That was yesterday. Hump day.
Bobby J. Senny's got a camel. That's good. Bobby J, thank you for joining us tonight. Come on in, everybody. Grab a chair. Sit down, have a seat with the enthralling Sergeant Friday. And of course, the undeniable, uncanny Cluminati and Cletus. I don't know where these things are coming from. Don't ask me.
Dynamic duo.
Oh, I get that now. Desert. Yeah, I get it. Ooh, okay.
Desert camel. Whoa. Yeah.
Whoa. Camels. So a lot of people in America don't know that camels are native to the United States continent. Horses are not.
Oh, thank
Well,
you.
why did we switch?
I'm glad
That's a
that
fact. Just so
now.
people can know. It's a fact. You go back in history, and that's true.
I've ridden a camel before.
Whoa.
I thought you said cannibals.
No,
No,
camel.
They probably were around here too at one time.
Okay, Shelly, what oh, there it is. Boom.
I really
Is
didn't
this-
ride a camel.
Was it the toxicology stuff, Shelly? Is that what you were sending me?
Did they release toxicology on the KC3?
No, this is that
Not that Idaho one.
this is that, yeah, it's the same one.
We don't want it. Do we want to see that? Yeah, we can call it a theory, right?
It's a theory. I mean, we can look at it, I guess. Thank you, Shelly. Yes, I did get it, dear. Thank you. You guys, Phantasmic said she just about choked on her cookie. Welcome, Greg.
I'm going to eat a Hostess cupcake and a Twinkie during this stream.
Mm.
Mm.
I want donuts.
And
Miss
you'll
Canadian Cat Lady, good to see you tonight.
And you'll have 15 of each left, right?
I got 32 total. I got 64 total.
Oh,
32
Yeah.
cupcakes and 32 Twinkies
I thought you got 16 of each. You got
No, he
30.
bought
in
it
one
in
box per
Oh.
box, and I bought 2 boxes.
Are they on sale or something?
No,
Nah, I hate running out of shit. I just make sure that I got like when I ordered I only ordered one waffle maker, but I ordered multiple. I think I got 10-ounce packs, 10-ounce packs of pancake mix, 3 bottles of syrup. Yeah, I don't play, bro. I keep the shit. I got it in stock now. I can eat it all I want when I want.
Speaking of which, how were your waffles, sir?
They were fair to middling. I made the stuff too thin. They told me put a cup of water in, and that was just too much.
and he
They
didn't
should-
put lemon juice.
Yeah, I think that's just out there. It's like sticking garlic in your turkey. Leave the turkey alone. It wasn't born with garlic. Give it a break. Okay.
I bet you'd be more pleasant with garlic shoved up your ass. I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, I probably would be quieter, which would benefit everybody. Boy, that would have to burn. Can you even think? Let's not even talk about that, you nasty girl. He's a nasty girl. Listen,
Uh-oh.
I was in a camera.
Dago's got his new avatar up. Look at him.
There he is. See? How can you beat that?
Driving the desk with that awesome hat on.
Oh, that's so cute.
You did a good job on that one. I like that.
Yeah, that one's. Why are all the avatars you make of him pleasant, but not so much for me?
Oh, that pink snail thing was great.
Wait, what do you mean pleasant? It looks like I'm sitting on the toilet. But the face I have in that picture looks like I'm in the bathroom.
No, you're on a recliner with a steering wheel. That's clear. I don't know where you get toilet from, you freak.
My face. The face looks like I'm stuck in the bathroom having a hard time.
Well, that was
that's probably true.
stream, so.
Yeah, you definitely made the face. I got it.
Exactly.
You see that? Someone's saying, "Don't threaten me with a good time when you threaten to stick garlic up my ass." What's the matter with you?
Are you trying to join, Rach? It says, Brandy, do we have the link for that, hun? Or is there a link for it? Let me see. Wait a minute. CL's back in the house. Good to see you, CL. Carolyn Miller, Moonlit Baby. What's going on? April QT. Great to see you tonight. Raul Kurvitz. Welcome back to you.
No, I'm not shopping.
Guess what I had for dinner tonight, Sarge?
You had steak for the first time in 6 months.
No. That'd be a year for steak. But hamburgers.
So you had hamburg, you turned into hamburgs.
Hamburger. They were pre-made. They were patties.
Remember when Steve Martin tried saying that in the movie The Pink Panther?
Yes, hamburger. Hamburger.
That was funny. That stupid movie was funny.
I absolutely love Steve Martin. He's probably one of my absolute almost favorite comedian, actor, whatever.
I like him because he makes stupid.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
The Jerk is one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah. Those defective oil cans. Remember those oil cans were defective?
Yeah. We just watched that the other day. Good evening, 12. Welcome, everybody.
Tonight. She says, "Baby, I don't care if you were the color of a baboon's ass."
Great movie. Poop out lighter. Golf inspector said it's an hamburger on a hot dog bun. Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, yes.
Yeah.
John Candy, I miss him too. He was really good. But Steve Martin and Chevy Chase are probably both my favorites.
Yeah, I like that. I like that Candy guy in the movies there with the car.
Mm-hmm. Who remembers? I don't know. Clue, you might not, but the rest of us were a little bit older. Remember the on Saturday Night Live when Steve Martin used to play the wild and a crazy guy?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. The other guy that did a playoff on that was the guy that did the funny faces, the fireman Bob or whatever he was.
Oh, Fire Marshal Bill, Jim Carrey.
Fireman, yeah. Yeah, he carried out he really did make a career out of doing stupid stuff, but he wore on me after a while.
Yeah. He's a little weird now. He's not as oh shit, 12. There you go. Gene Wilder's my wife's favorite comedian of all times, I think. She loves all of those movies.
I like
Young Frankenstein and all. What the shit?
Yeah.
That is I can't handle that one. Oh my god. That is way too creepy. King.
Which one?
Look at their icon, Sarge.
That's awesome.
Good God, have mercy on my soul. That is scaring me to shit. Like, oh man.
It's the Sarge worm.
It's the Sarge worm.
It's a Sarge worm. Chris Farley was good.
You can't beat that. Look at he wears those glasses well.
Yes, it's the mafia hit worm.
They go through everything, them worms.
Yes. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Another one. Yeah. The scene where they're riding in the back of the truck and they stop and are froze solid. The dog's face is froze solid from growling at the set. That was great. Love that one. That's funny. No, Annie. Don't ever say that. No, that movie. I can't. I had nightmares about that movie.
How do you change your avatar so easily like that?
go up to them 3 little things up there on the side of your box and click on them, and it'll give you edit avatar, and then you have a bunch in the background you can click on to add.
Oh, you must have to be a creator.
See, I have to take it down off the panel to do it, but
Nah,
got a
that's
lot of
fine.
hope. Good to see you, Sony.
I'll stick with my a-hole bitch.
Good to see you, Pamela Smith. Those aren't pillows. That's right. Those are not pillows.
Well, what do we got for theories? Anybody have a theory on any one of these recent?
Well, let's start off with the Kansas City 3. Let's go with that one. And we'll keep everybody in the same bracket at least. Window in a pillow. So let me pull something up with that real fast because we don't want to have people getting confused talking about one case when they're looking at another one. And hold on a minute here.
Why don't Clue and Cletus start out on their theory?
Yep, let's go. Well, let's go ahead. Go ahead. Start it off.
What?
Now watch, like, you know what you can say and can't say, but we can coordinate down a little if we have to. Miss Mama Bear's in the house. Your theory, what is your theories on the Kansas City 3, Cletus and Clunimati?
I think it was obviously some type of drug or something they ingested that rendered them just out, if that makes any sense. The only thing that's weird is I want to know where they were in the yard.
Yes. We know one of them. We know where one of them was.
Right. And the other two, right? Were they close to each other? Were they like talking and then all of a sudden just toppled over? You know what I mean?
Or were they trying to get away from, like, you know what I mean? Like out in the yard, like they were trying to get away?
Maybe. Or like, pretend one of them, like, say they all three did something, right? One of them is maybe sitting in the chair outside, and say one of them had stayed in the house, or two of them, and then one of them walks outside, right?
Yeah.
And then he goes down, the one in the chair is down, and then the third one's like, he's been out there a minute, and he goes outside, and maybe he's looking for the second one. I don't know. Like, this whole thing is so crazy to me. Like, something was done to where these men could not, in my opinion, get back inside.
A Canadian Cat Lady says, what comes first, the motive or the method, Dago? So that's a good point. I think we're going to say well, if there is a motive, or we'll go with that and then the method, or if there's no motive in your theory, then just throw the method out there. That's all.
It hasn't been confirmed, Moonlit, that they died before they were frozen, but I do know one guy said that. He was like, my friends did not freeze to death. He was like, they were dead.
The brother.
They died first.
Right. Yeah.
Brother said it. The friend said it. I said it. So, I mean, so Clue thinks that it's definitely they ingested some form of a illegal substance, probably. And then she wanted to know where in the yard, which is a good question. I've been thinking that for a few days now. Like, where did they find the other two? Like I said, one of them was found on the back porch, they stated. Well, then we get another lead to that states that he was sitting at the table, slumped over like he was sleeping. So there's that.
And I mean, I just, like, all I say, why I ask that is because it's like, if the two of you, like, you wouldn't go outside and just walk to opposite sides of the yard where they maybe all three sitting in chairs and then two of them fell forward.
Okay.
Because that could still be in the backyard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Is that all you guys got it right for that right there, or you got more to it?
Outside of an alien probe gone wrong, I'm stuck on that.
I don't think it's that, but yeah. All right,
Yeah.
Sarge, what's your theory, sir?
Well, I think they all ingested the same substance within a relatively close period of time. The one man went outside to sit at the table to catch his breath, and the other two may not even have realized what was overcoming them. Went outside to check on him, or went outside with him, maybe even a smoker. Somebody just had a lace joint with
Yeah.
ketamine. I think this was fentanyl, and I think the scattering of the bodies was only because of their reactions to the overpowering of the drugs' reaction to their system.
Yes,
Their
sir.
locations would be interesting to know, but I suspect the separation of the men is because each of them, spatial orientation, they just lost all sense of where they were and what was going on, and they were struggling to breathe, and they wandered to wherever they ended up.
I'm going to
So the
lean
reason-
into that. Yeah, I agree
So,
with that.
or
Oh, sorry.
Medusa crossed that backyard. They took a look when they shouldn't, something like that. But I
Well,
think really the motive here is like in several of the other cases, just poor decisions where the outcome was not intentional.
Yeah.
It was a bad choice. You know what I mean? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And
Right.
sadly, we live in an era where this particular stupid choice, it results in this kind of death all the time, more than people even realize, especially amongst college students. And these are grown adults. So it affects every one of us. You do a line today, it could be the last thing you ever do. I'm an 80s kid, and that was almost unheard of, that the drug you would take or the pot you would smoke would kill you. It might addict you and you just do, truckloads of it, but that's no longer the case. So I think bad choices, bad decisions, and sadly, the worst possible outcome of all is what we're looking at.
So fentanyl for me, right? Like watching that video you played the other day, Dago, with the cop,
yes.
it was like an instantaneous
Yes.
boom. That's why for me, unless they were doing it outside, I don't know how convinced I can be that that was it.
Well, here's the thing. Two of these guys, if we look at this guy, Ricky here and David here, are bigger guys.
Yeah.
This guy's not,
Right. Body mass.
it's not that big. So the two people that I watched, you saw the two officers in that video that you watched, they were not as big as these guys. So your body mass is going to absorb slower if you're a bigger person. Okay. You're going to absorb that a little bit slower, in my opinion. So I think it may have all kicked in at the same time and they headed out the door. Here, my theory goes right along with Sarge's and yours too. Okay. But I think it's the big F, in my opinion, because lately, I don't care if it's marijuana or anything else out there on the street, they've been finding that they're all laced with this stuff. Okay. Welcome, Rachel Rach. Thank you for joining, and welcome to the sauce. We got a new meatball in the house, everybody. Hey. So my theory, my opinion is that they ingested something else that had the F in it, and it took a minute for that F to, because those videos I showed you, that was pure. That was nothing but F. Okay, where they dropped like that. So whatever they ingested, it broke down when it hit their body, in my opinion. And once that hit, it went straight to the heart, and they're starting to tighten up. They can't breathe. Okay. So the first thing, like I said the other day, is you run for air, oxygen. You run outside. It's cooler outside. You know you're going to get better oxygen, at least in your mind. They go outside to try to breathe. And one dude made it to the table and said, I can't, and sat down. They're out trying to catch their breath out in the yard. And I feel like they may have just dropped. You know what I mean? And that's what my theory is. That's why I think they were out in the yard, because they were reaching for oxygen, if that makes any sense to you guys. Our body, our minds, it's a psychological thing. We keep going until we get to our destination. Does that make sense? We're moving, reaching for that destination that we can't get to at that point, because you can't catch your breath. So they're going, and then finally it hits and they go down. That's what my theory is, guys. And that's just based on my experiences.
Also in the act of not being able to catch your breath, you're still mobile for a short period of time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And so I don't know if anybody has had that sensation where you'll rip your own shirt off because you'll start to get warm trying to draw breath. You start to overheat.
And
that would then, in a cold winter night, it may tempt you to go outside. to battle the overheating you're experiencing. Maybe not even for the air, but to just battle the heat.
I've never seen that happen, Moonlit Baby, but it's possible that it could. It depends on what it affects when it hits you. But typically, I'm going to imagine, like I said the other day, when we get autopsies back, that it's going to show an instant massive cardiac event, which would be a massive heart attack. Okay. And that's what I'm going to guess. It's going to be cause of death. Mode of death is going to be what was ingested to cause that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we agree on that. I'm sorry.
Also, too, it could have been a situation where we're talking about them willingly and knowingly ingesting something somebody could have given them. Like,
Yeah.
let me pour y'all a shot. Celebrate.
I mean,
Woo!
yeah.
I think the chemist took the same drug, but I think the difference between him and the others was that he was left inside.
So
Here's the thing, though.
I think that's highly probable that whatever dose they took was enough to drop and knock them down, maybe even give them full heart attacks. But I suspect that he had some interaction with the drugs, and because he remained indoors, somehow he survived the event. He may have been out for a day or more, but he survived. He didn't freeze to death because he was in the house.
Well,
I think it's possible that he was part of the taking of the drugs, and in relation to that, he served the drugs. You know what I mean? I think that's possible too. He could have served them the drugs, but to one end. I don't think he would have done it with the intent of harm. But I can't accept that he was absent for that period of time. And the only way I'll understand or accept his absence is that he himself took the same drugs and they affected him differently because he didn't go outside. That's the only reason he's still alive, in my opinion. If that's not true, then he may have had some other nefarious involvement here. But I don't jump to first-hand base that he nefariously took his friends out. I think they all did that drug.
I don't think he did either at all, but I disagree respectfully. I disagree with you on that because we were told and have read that this gentleman is an alcoholic. Okay, self-proclaimed, I guess. And alcohol is a downer. Those other scenarios would be an upper. And I don't see him doing that. But at the same time, he very well could have. And at the other side of that, too, Sergeant, we don't know that he didn't go outside. He may have gone outside with them. And when this situation went down, he came back inside because he had no idea what to do. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying it
would still be him interacting with the same drugs as a group.
Right.
And I was hanging out and they did this drug, whether it was smoke weed or whatever. And
well, what I'm saying, I know F is a downer, Joanne. What I'm saying is what it was blended with, and in turn, what they may have gone looking for, or what they may have used that night, possibly, or ingested, not knowing that the F was in it. Because most people don't typically go get F by itself. Okay, they typically don't do that because it is very strong and dangerous. Okay,
you're told to do that often by people that disagree with you, though.
Mm-hmm. That's
right.
What
to go F yourself.
Yes. I thank you, Borg, and welcome. You can thank Clue for that. She made that for me. I see what Carolyn is saying too. Jordan may have a high tolerance. I don't know though. Looking at this guy here and this guy here, and hell for any of these guys, and then looking at Jordan, it doesn't look like he would have a high tolerance. But then again, if the man is an alcoholic, maybe he ingested so much alcohol that had a transverse reaction with the drug as well. Okay. Maybe the up and down scenario. I don't know.
There's been several cases where somebody that had been drunk fell into cold water. Their core temperature dropped severely, but they didn't die.
Right.
And they say that alcohol will increase your likelihood of hypothermia, but there are documented cases, many of them, where the alcohol content was very high, and somehow they survived the hypothermic event, and they were brought back to room temperature and survived. And they're up and walking around like nothing happened.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, let me tell you something. That guy who lives there, so this attorney could just be a moron. I don't never see him with notes when he's doing these
that's
interviews.
definite. Yeah, I definitely feel that.
He's pretty much just talking off the cuff, right? Probably from memory. And if he's any good, this ain't the only case he's got, right?
Yes.
It could be a situation where the dude that was renting the house literally went to bed.
Mhm.
Like, I've done that before, had parties at my house, and I'm like, yo, y'all lock the door on the way out. I'm going to sleep.
Uh-huh.
And then he just went to bed. It's a big, like, that was a big house for
Yes.
one guy, right?
Yes.
If say their phone, wallet, keys, whatever was in the basement, and he don't go to the basement to go to work, he goes in the office. You know what I mean? He wouldn't even know their stuff was inside.
Mm-hmm.
And again, not everybody, contrary to like the so unpopular belief, looks in their like driveway every day. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. I mean, listen, in his defense with that, they were parked on the street. So, I mean, that could be your neighbors or the people across the street from you. If you're not like paying attention specifically, you might not catch it. I agree with
Can I just say that I work from home 9 months a year, and I take the remainder of the 3 months off. And during the 3 months that I have off, there's many days that pass where I haven't looked out at my neighbors' houses or out in my own driveway. As a matter of fact, what I do is when I get the mail every other day
You
and
said
it's
dude.
snowed out, I'll look to see if there's any tracks in my driveway or across my yard. This tells me someone's been there. That's all I'm really looking for. I'm not looking at my neighbors. I'm not scanning the neighborhood.
Right.
I haven't looked in my backyard until today. So it's been a couple of weeks that I've actually looked out in my backyard, and I only look to make sure my pool equipment cover's in place. And, I did what you normally, but there's weeks in between that when it's cold out.
right.
So the idea the guy didn't see anything in his backyard is no reason to ridicule or attack him. I know I'm not like, I know I'm fucked up, but I'm not the only fucked up guy that don't go looking out his windows every day.
No, you're not, because we don't do that. Like, we don't ever look in our driveway unless we go out to get in the car. We both work from home. We don't ever have to go out. You know what I mean?
Well,
and honestly, the only reason why I do look out my windows all the time is because I live in the woods basically, and I have animals all over my backyard constantly, and I have a dog. So I'm always looking out in the back to see what's out there, what he's doing, what's going on. And then out the front,
Right.
I look when I hear noise go past because I live in the country, so noise doesn't go past very often. So I look at that point, but that's it, really. I get it.
Right. Yeah, he's gotten a bad rap, and again, we just like the policeman in the hospital got a bad rap in that one case. We don't know enough information to point to anything other than an obvious suggestion of what happened there is drug related. Any other event is really not
Based on
so
the
obvious.
charges and
It's not-
stuff, yeah. I
right.
agree with
You could comfortably accept that something went wrong with drugs. All the details that led up to that are just up for grabs. We don't know because they're not telling us.
And
Mhm.
this fifth person who lawyered up for
Yeah.
something. Like, I
Why
don't
did
care
you-
what
why
you
did
say.
Exactly, Clue. Why did you need a lawyer?
The
Why?
guy who's renting the home, I could see him getting a lawyer. There were 3 dead people found where he was residing. But this fifth guy who just came over,
No need.
or was at the party and then left all of a sudden, saw them,
But
said,
he didn't lawyer up until that other lawyer outed him without giving his name.
well, again, he still got a lawyer.
Yeah, but I think in today's day and age, I would too. I don't find that to be a strike against a person, because look what YouTube has done with these people. Look what they did with the police in the hospital in that other case. YouTube turned these people all into these crazy crime, murderous people. And there may be fact to that, but very rarely in these situations do we find there any facts surrounding, or the cop did that on purpose, or the hospital didn't do their job, or this mad scientist produced drugs that killed them, or so I would lawyer up too in today's day and age.
Rachel has a good point, though. She says he needed a lawyer because Jordan's lawyer mentioned him without naming him.
That's what I just started this with. Yep, exactly.
Bingo. That is a good point. I agree with that.
Dago, can I just say you look like a mix between Elton John and Fred Durst?
It's just one of those days. Goodness gracious almighty, it is Miss Wisdom. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Miss Sherry.
What were you going to
I
say?
hope you're feeling better. Good Lord.
I think
you know what that means. Go ahead, Cletus. What were you going to say?
I think the obvious thing here to me is this lawyer the biggest issue I have right now with this whole thing is this lawyer, because you've got a lawyer, you're a lawyer, and your story has changed 3 times now to some degree. You either have a client that you should have already walked away from and rightfully walked away from because they've lied to you or changed their story or what have you, or you're just seeking fame from this case that's high profile now. And with that being said, I can't put any merit in anything this guy says. The only thing I can say that he says that I 100% believe is that this guy was home at the time this went down. That's
And we knew that
literally
without
the
him
only-
having. We knew that without him hiring a lawyer, right? The
Right.
police told us that.
That's the only thing I believe that this guy says. So when I consider that, I look at the whole situation and say, is there a scenario I can think of that plays out where nobody nefariously did anything? And it's like, yeah, I can see this guy that rented this home being so just drunk that he doesn't wake up until Tuesday. I can see it. I've witnessed somebody do that before.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, so have I.
And then when I think about how these three guys ended up outside, I think about the fact that the other guy, the fifth guy left. This guy allegedly went to bed. These three guys are still there. And, you know, if it is F, how did they get it? Well, somebody put up on, or you'd put a comment up on the screen that somebody heard one of them smoked, and it's a rental property. They probably didn't smoke outside. And I could see that completely, them walking outside to smoke a joint together, and it's, you know, bad, right?
Exactly. And that would make perfect sense. 100%.
But the reason I think in that scenario why the surviving two lawyered up is because they were probably aware that substance was there and probably had something to do with this.
That's what my thought is. Yes, sir. I agree with you on that. That's what I've been saying. I wholeheartedly agree on that one, Cletus, because I feel like there was attorneys immediately. There was the whole, well, they froze to death. I don't know what's going on. Then his attorney comes out and says this. I think they got lawyers because they knew what happened, in my opinion.
Of course.
All right. Give me a second here, guys. I got to do this. I do this for everybody that is in here when it's their birthday, so bear with it and join in, if you will, folks. It's just one of them things. Again, happy birthday, Miss Wisdom. Much love to you, my dear, and I hope you're feeling better than you were. Pneumonia is a bad thing, hon, and it ain't no joke. So here we go, guys. Make sure you're wishing Miss Wisdom a happy birthday, if you will, please. And we're off.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you.
Now you got to blow them candles out after you make a big old wish. That's how it works. Well, take it easy blowing them out because you ain't been feeling good. So we don't want to make you short of breath or nothing. But either way, I hope you had a wonderful day today, Miss Wisdom. And I hope the rest of your night is just as amazing. Welcome, Richard. Good to see you, my friend. Other than that, Miss Sherry, please get better. I've been worried to death about you. So happy birthday to you. That would have been, I would not do that to her. Having Sarge saying something, no way. No way.
Why not?
That would have been funny, though. Fantastic. I could hear him singing around. Absolutely, Miss Sherry. Doodlebug, what's going on? It's good to see you tonight. Hope you're feeling better. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. So, moving on. Back, and tonight, guys, just for everybody that made me just jumping in, we got 136 awesome peeps in here, guys. Tonight, we are talking about just theories on these newer cases we're looking at, and they don't have to be 100% righteous, but, you know, obviously we're going to try to use a little common sense when we're talking about them, and I don't want any disrespect towards the victims, obviously, we know that, but, you know, other than that, guys, it's a theory is what a theory is, what a theory is, what a theory is, that's all. So
yeah, I would also like to point something out here that I think a lot of people will accept as truth, but a lot of people don't want to hear and will just run to the corner or want to cover their ears. But in every case but one, every survivor has been questioned, accused, ridiculed, painted into a corner. In every single one of these cases, except the Idaho 4, to which you cannot talk about the survivors.
Right.
And I think the
Watch it.
difference is, let me just finish. The difference is they're all men, or they're people in authority, a policewoman. If that was just a woman, a friend, it wouldn't have been, they wouldn't have been attacked if they weren't a policewoman.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
And I think that when we get into these theories and these questions, and you just watch how the narratives go, I think that it's unfair to us, because to everyone, because even though this is a theory about drugs, it seems to be the only conclusion most of us can agree on, because what's the odds of 3 men just freezing to death solid like that? It just doesn't happen. We don't live in the Arctic. We're not living in igloos and wandered away from the tent and got lost.
Agree.
Right?
Yeah.
And the woman in the woods that was found, same thing. But yet everybody connected to the crime is scrutinized, questioned, turned upside down, turned inside, except the 4.
Agree.
And I think that's you know, they say we cry and scream that the case is gagged and it's sealed, and then we gag and seal ourselves when it comes to talking about anybody that wasn't a victim. It's crazy.
It does happen, sir.
I'll tell you one that I'm interested in, not to change the case, but to change the case a little bit, because it's my interest has been piqued in it since last night, is that Iowa thing with the truck driver. Because one thing that I was really curious about with that is they don't really seem to have any leads, but that flyer that you had that was in that video was talking about that that car.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And I didn't hear anything else about that, and I'm kind of curious about that.
I think that guy ran off.
I think well, go ahead, give your theory, your guys' theory on that one, because I was going to move on from the other one anyway. For a few at least. All right, so we're talking about well, hold on a minute, because a lot of people probably don't even know what we're talking about. This is David Schultz. He's been missing since November 20th from Iowa. He was a truck driver that was hauling hogs, or pigs as they called it, livestock. He left, picked up his load at 10:50 that night, never was seen from again, and they found his truck on a fairly local freeway, or a back road highway, just parked in the middle of the road. They found his wallet and his phone inside the truck, and his jacket and some other belongings in the ditch next to the truck, and nothing else has happened from then. And that's been we're over 2 months now on that, guys. So go ahead now. I'm sorry.
I just think he ran off. Like, so the motive, you don't have to, but you would imagine there's a motive, right? They didn't rob him. Who wants a truck full of pigs? You know what I mean? Somebody who loves bacon.
They
That's a
left
lot of
him.
work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they left the truck with the pigs, so that didn't happen. His wallet was in the truck, and everything was there.
So it wasn't a robbery. And I get people were saying like the trafficking or whatever. Well, here's the problem. This is not some like 25-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed female with a good rack. You know what I mean? This is like a middle-aged dude.
Yeah, he's 53 years old.
Can you explain a good rack?
Like mine, okay? So then you go into, and then you hear the wife, right? And she's like,
it's
I mean, he would never run off. He would never lady, you don't know that, because it's kind of like when people go to a funeral after someone of questionable character, okay, has passed. People don't go up there and say things like, well, I mean, he was a drunk and he had a gambling problem. People don't do that, right? So I think some people took me wrong last night when I said this, but that I wasn't saying that she was, but I was making the comment, like, if that lady was just a miserable, frumpy, like, irritating woman, she's not going to get on the news and say, I yell all the time. I don't cook dinner. I don't wash my feet. She's not going to do that. She's going to say something like he would never run off. But the fact of the matter is, this happens. You know what I mean?
It does happen. And I know what you mean as far as what you're saying now. It
I don't
doesn't.
think that lady is that. Okay, so
No.
somebody got
Not at
that's
all.
not
Not
what
at
I'm
all.
saying.
Yeah,
but
that's why you said it like that. I get it. See, I don't think so. By the way that truck was parked in the road, to me, it looks like somebody came either up behind him and either like flagged him down, maybe threw on a fake police light, beat the horn, or
hold
put
on.
it in front of
Let
him.
me stop you there.
Okay.
If you're going to run away from your life, are you going to park your truck in like a truck stop and leave the keys in there? Or are
Yep.
you going to make it look like you were taken?
I've seen that happen though. Same exact scenario right here where I live at. An older gentleman parked his truck in a truck stop, left everything there, got up and walked out of it, walked off onto the freeway. Somebody said they saw him hitchhiking, got into another semi, and never saw him again.
See, if it were me, I would do something like this guy did. I would park in the middle of the road. I would make it look like something happened and I was just gone. So that way, one day you'll stop looking.
Yeah,
It sounds like an alien abduction.
Well, somebody was saying the missing 411, and I don't know. It looks to me like he was taken personally. That's my theory.
I don't
But
see
like
taken
for
with
what?
it. There's nothing. Yeah, what would be the motive to take a guy and leave his belongings behind?
Well, here's the thing. He could have. Here's a couple things that could be. He was at a truck stop before they, this episode, before he disappeared. He pulled out of a truck stop and took off on his route. If I don't know if maybe somebody tried to rob him, okay, and it went bad and he didn't have what they thought he had. Maybe there was something in the wallet that's not there now, that's missing. They haven't said anything about that for sure. Maybe he had something in the truck that was worth something, or maybe he just made somebody mad, cut him off, or did something. But I think because I think if he cut somebody off, we'd have found him there. Okay. Maybe it was a trafficking scenario, but I can't go with that though, because he's 53 years old. Like, I'm not downing him by any means, but I don't know the rules and regulations for that scenario. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if this were like a 25-year-old young girl, good looking, sure, that's probably what happened. In this scenario, though, I just don't see that.
Right. Okay. I mean, I've seen what you're saying. I've seen people walk away from their life multiple times. The gentleman I was talking about around here, he went to the doctors and found out that he had literally 6 months to live and he didn't want his wife, based on a letter he left at the house, to watch him die, is what he said. And he left everything there, wallet, everything else at the house, and his phone, drove his truck to the truck stop out here on the one road that we live off of, and parked it right there in the truck stop, left the keys in it, got up out of the truck, walked out onto the main highway, hitchhiked. Somebody saw him hitchhiking, got picked up, and has never been seen or heard from again.
Were the keys left in the truck, and was the truck left running?
No, the truck was turned off, but the keys were in the ignition, and it was parked in a parking spot. The doors were left unlocked.
No, not your news story. The actual, the one we're talking about. Sorry.
That's okay. The picture we looked at last night, let me see if it's on here. I'll show you. It looked like the lights were on the truck still, didn't it?
So the truck was most likely left running. He got out of his truck and left it running.
That's what I was wondering, if he got out of the truck to look to see what the hell, maybe somebody tried to stop him from behind and he got either snatched or hit, or
was the truck?
Yeah,
See, there's a lot of info we don't have. Was the truck driven away did he own the truck? Was he driving for a company? Do we know any of that info?
I think he was driving for a company. I remember a little bit from the video last night.
Okay, so did they retrieve that truck?
I'm guessing they didn't leave it there. Yeah.
There's no conversation. The truck had any kind of mechanical issues at all?
None that they were saying, and that's what I was guessing. But no.
So he more or less left the truck there running, or at least with the keys in the ignition, got out Now you say middle of the road. Do people have a photo of it in the middle of the road?
It was on the drive. Like if you're riding down the lane, it was
Yeah,
just
it was-
parked in the middle of the lane.
The middle is it's a misleading word.
Okay,
You got a 2-lane highway. He didn't pull off to the shoulder of the road. His truck was left in the lane that you would drive on.
Right.
Yes, there is no shoulder. It's a very back road, like
Okay,
freeway.
so there was nowhere else to put the truck.
Basically,
Right.
no.
Okay, is it a heavily trafficked road? Do we know?
I mean, I'm guessing. It seems like it's a main route, so I would imagine it is, but it's a back road. It's not like out on the interstate. Where the hell's the picture at? Damn it!
It looked kind of
Let's take
clear
it
when
on
they
the-
showed up.
Yeah, I mean, it's
there wasn't no other traffic.
It's
but-
Iowa farm country, so I mean, it's
There was like wheat fields on both sides of the road. So
Okay, well, those trucks all, if he's working for a company, those trucks all have tracking devices in them. And if somebody just put that up on the screen there where it shows a timeline, he missed his delivery time. That's how they knew that the truck was missing at 2:23. And then they found the truck at 3:04. You see, reported missing. So from 11 o'clock to 2:23, that's only a few hours, right? 3.5 hours.
yeah,
That vehicle left, and it should have made
no.
it should have made it to
Hold on, Sarge. It's 11 o'clock p.m. the night before.
reported missing 2:23 p.m. at
Right.
November 21st.
So it was missing for what 15, 16 hours.
16 hours. Yeah.
Go back and look at that timestamp again.
It was 10:50 p.m. and
And they found
reported-
it.
They called it in at 10:50 p.m. on November 20th. They called
Okay.
it in at 2:30 on November 21st.
Okay, so it's 2 separate days. So it was more than a day.
And now look, this is what you see right here on both sides of the road that he was on, Sarge. It's like this on both sides, and that's what they're doing is they're going up and down looking. And it's a two-lane road. He was on the right side where he was supposed to be. The truck was sitting there. I can't find the damn picture of it. And
Is
the
that-
lights
Is
were
that
still on.
hunting season?
What?
Is that hunting season in that area? Is that what month was that?
So November 20th, I believe it
Hunting
is. Yeah.
season. Yep, that's hunting season. Okay, those are fields people would hunt in.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you'd see them and they'd see you.
Right.
But then again at night, that's different. Where I swear it was on this video. Oh,
I
is
was
that the road?
I was thinking it was too, there.
Yeah. That's the road there, I believe.
Did he run away from her? What's the deal?
Oh, we don't know. That's where the theory comes into effect.
You aren't very nice, Cliff.
What? Why?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
deflecting.
Well, whatever.
That's the road right there.
Where?
That's on the screen. See it?
Oh, okay. So it's just a regular split. Yeah, it's the main road. Yep.
And there's
Okay.
on either side of the road, there's nothing for miles, okay, except for that farm, obviously. Of course, they searched that.
And since this happened, we know for a fact that they actually started that truck up and drove it away.
Well, they had to have used it. They probably, first of all, had to take it into evidence to check it and this and that. But then the company probably needed it back.
Was it towed though? Do we know if it was towed or removed from the scene under its own power?
They wouldn't have drove it, I don't think.
Well, it had a trailer. Well, they would have had to do something to get the trailer off, and if they were going to bring the cab into inspect, they wouldn't take the big trailer with them.
They probably had to have another truck come out and take the load to where it had to go.
So we don't have any of that information of what they did with it once they
Not
found it.
at this point. No, they never talked about that.
Okay, 'cause that'd be interesting to know too, because it'll help us understand if the truck was incapacitated. There's something possible there, right?
Yeah, very,
Truck drivers almost just be aware, folks. A truck driver never turns off his truck. It's not, you never turn these things off. Once you start them in the morning, you usually leave them, if they're asleep, or obviously you leave them running overnight.
yeah.
But you never put the ignition on off ever. So he manually shut his truck down for a reason, and got out of that vehicle for a reason, because it's just insane that you would turn off a diesel engine.
Okay.
And
Get
over
in
the
the
road
car with his girlfriend.
Pamela just said that she's reading that his truck was facing in the wrong direction and that he turned right when he should have turned left to get to the hog buying station. Okay.
So he went. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Again, that doesn't take us any direction with what could have happened, because look at this area. This is obviously not
Doc said.
downtown Los Angeles. Okay. So it doesn't mean that things can't happen. I'm trying to figure out why somebody would take a 53-year-old father of 3 or 4 that's driving a hog hauling truck. That doesn't fit. Nothing was taken from the cab. They found some of his belongings in the ditch next to the truck, his coat and a few other things in the ditch, like they were tossed there. So that's what tells me that maybe somebody tried to rob him, threw things out of the truck looking for something worth something, and didn't find anything. So, but again, why would you take him? Unless you're trying to take him maybe to make him go withdraw money from his bank account?
Well, it's fair to say anything that would be on him that could identify him was left behind. His wallet, his phone, even I think they said his coat, right?
What's up, Riddler? And yeah, I agree. Now, see, here's the thing. That's what makes me believe what Clue said.
Yep.
That if you were going to be robbed, the wallet, the phone, none of that would have been left there. And here's the other thing. People are cruel and ignorant. They would have just probably shot him and left him there, but he's not there. So what else could possibly be? Like, nothing makes any sense other than, in some senses, the fact that he walked away. He got tired of truck
Right.
drivers.
And you would leave your identifying stuff there just so they would know who you are, even though they could track that down by the truck you were driving, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
you leave that there. And I'm telling you, like, that's the way I would do something. If I ever go away and you find the car I'm in, this is why, because I'm walking away from my life.
Yeah.
He turned that truck off because he got out of it to do something that wouldn't include the truck.
Well,
You
listen,
just don't shut diesel trucks down. You just don't do that.
the lights were still on when they pulled up. When they showed the photo, the video of the police car behind it, the lights on the truck were on.
That's true. Well, you said he turned it off, though, right?
No.
Yeah, that's why I asked, was that truck left running? I've asked that question. You said no, it was turned off and the keys were in the ignition.
I was talking about the other story, Sarge.
Oh, that's right. He didn't answer us.
Well, this truck could have been. We don't know. Was that truck in the lane, the driving lane, and was it still running?
I do believe it was, because the tail lights looked like they were on when they showed the video of the police car behind it like it was pulled over, and it was in the 2-lane freeway or 2-lane road. Sorry.
Okay.
And this is him and his family. Now, I'm not being mean, and I feel so bad for his family right now, but some people just can't take their life. Sometimes he's a truck driver. He hauls hogs. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 kids. 53 years old. Maybe it's a midlife crisis. Okay.
There you go.
Maybe he wants something different out of his life.
A midlife crisis comes after your children are grown, usually, and I think it's a mislabeled event.
Well,
a midlife crisis is actually what I've determined to be a midlife windfall, because everybody's raised and everybody's up and out of the house, and you get to spend your money on you.
Right. So, I don't know the details about exactly. This is an older picture. I don't know the details of how old his kids are at this point. So I don't know. But I mean, it could just be something that in his head was he's driving and he's like, I'm just sick of this. I want something else.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, it can go either way. You know what I mean? But there's nothing that shows to me, one, that he was robbed. There's no remnants of him that he was attacked. Okay. It's been 2 solid months, and there's been not one lead on this, folks. Not one.
What state is this in?
Iowa.
Is this a route that he often drove, or is this?
That's what he did. He drove to the same thing all the time. He'd pick up the hogs and he'd take them to the market. He'd pick them up and take them to the market. Pick them up and take them to the market.
The same place.
I do believe so. I mean, it was a regular job. That's what my understanding was.
So he turned right when he should have turned left. If this is a route you ride all the time, you know exactly where you're going.
Don't make that mistake, right?
Right. I'm telling y'all, I'm probably wrong because I am convicted about it, but it just feels like whatever. I'm gone.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see all the other coattails. I don't know if you heard me. I said, hey, Salty, good to see you tonight. I don't see any of the other things that lead to, the coattails that lead to anything else as far as being robbed, attacked, the trafficking scenario doesn't make sense with his age and his, he's a male, 53-year-old male. That doesn't typically happen for that. I mean, I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying it's not a typical thing. Opinionated, good to see you. Pumpkin Dawn, welcome, good to see you. So again, what else makes sense, guys? That's what I'm saying. That's hard.
What
Is that
route?
supposed to be
Do we know where he was? What the name of that road is? Has it got a route number?
Wasn't it 14? US 14, I think. Or 4. There was a 4 in it. It was 4 or 14.
It was Sac County, Sac
County.
City.
Yeah, Sac County. Maybe it shows it in here. I knew it showed it on the road sign. Here, I'll let you guys hear this because some of them don't have any idea what we're talking about. So here, let me give you this real quick then. That way they'll have an idea as to what we're doing. This one's kind of sad too. All right.
It's been nearly 3 weeks since 53-year-old Wall Lake man David Schultz was reported missing. Let's break down what we know about the timeline leading up to his disappearance. David Schultz left around 7 p.m. on November 20th to deliver a shipment of hogs from Eagle Grove to Sac City. Workers at the Eagle Grove hog confinement say Schultz showed up late to his pickup.
Thank you, Bugsy. There it is. It was an intersect of Route 40 and 71. Thank you, Bugsy. All right.
And was the last truck loaded that night. He left the confinement around 10:50 p.m. The load never made it to its final destination, and his abandoned semi-truck carrying the pigs was discovered around 3 p.m. on November 21st near I-90th Street and Union Avenue. His cell phone and wallet were found in the park semi. Just an hour before his truck was found, his wife Sarah Schultz reported him missing after nearly 20 hours without contact. The Sac County Sheriff's Office started a release on Saturday, dispelling rumors about his November 21st disappearance. 19 days after 53-year-old Wall Lake man David Schultz was reported missing, the Sac County Sheriff's Office shares how they are disproving tips about his November 21st disappearance. The Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation.
Let me throw something into this real quick. There have been, and Don't Dive just touched on it, there have been a few other truckers that have gone missing as well. There was one very close to this scenario too, and another couple that I remember hearing about. But
he may have. Can I just throw this out there?
Mm-hmm.
The major drug routes in that particular state are I-80 and I-35, and I-20 runs into Sioux City, which would be another artery for drug running. Okay,
right, yeah.
It appears to me that this is likely. He got out of that vehicle and left this stuff behind, so people would know.
That's what I said.
Right, but not because.
Not because of what you're
saying. Not because he was trying to. It could be because he was forced out of that truck, and he left these things behind so that his family and others knew that he had been taken. It appears to me at this point this man was taken. He didn't just park his truck and walk off into a 10,000-acre field and vanish. Right? Does that seem that's the theory that I'm looking at this point?
That's what I thought.
He was brought to a stop for whatever reason. Maybe a car in front of him pulled a gun, pointed it at his cab, and he was taken out of that cab. And it may be because it may have something back again to do. That area, if you look, I-35 is very close to where he picks up his stuff in Eagle Grove. Very close.
Take him for what?
Because he may have kept a shipment or done something with money that was connected to some kind of shipment. It could. My point is, this could be a drug-related taking of this individual.
He could have been doing something else on the side, maybe.
Right, with his pig truck, with his hog truck. Who's going to search a hog truck for drugs? What are you going to smell there? Shit.
Yeah, pretty true. Pretty true.
And Sioux City, if you follow, like I brought up the map on Google, if you follow Route 20, which is one of the routes that he would have taken to get to Sac County, that leads you right into Sioux City.
Yeah.
And Sioux City is a big city. It's a bigger city than the areas he came from, but there would have to be a route to get stuff to Sioux City.
Right.
So this is just a theory, right? That's all we're doing is giving theories. And the route, when you look up known cartel routes in Iowa, it's I-80 and I-35.
Yeah.
All right. And 35, as I'm saying, is by Webster. Webster City is about halfway between Eagle Grove, well, not quite halfway, but about halfway between Eagle Grove and 35, which is a main artery.
Well, I mean,
Canadian cat lady says if he was taken, that they wouldn't want him to leave anything behind that would lead people to be looking for the abductors. I
Really?
mean,
You wouldn't want the other truck drivers to know that are moving your product that you can just disappear if you don't pay up?
oh, I mean, if you look at it that way,
would they know each other though?
They wouldn't need to know each other. I mean, the other truck drivers now have a message.
that's possible.
So I will say something that I didn't hear last night. He showed up late for his pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Was he busy arranging something? I'm
Maybe.
just
Maybe. And here's
Right.
the other side of it too. He could have, and I hate saying things like this. Maybe he had somebody else that he was seeing, and they ran off together. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say that because this woman is very sad to watch. It's hurtful because I can imagine the feeling. And I wouldn't want her to hear that. But it's
Why
like,
would you not take his credit cards and his financial business to move on? I mean, the bottom line is now it's one thing to have an affair, it's another thing to do this.
But some people don't have the cojones to be like,
yeah,
I'm leaving. They just, and you
No,
wouldn't take a credit card where you can be tracked. You know what I mean?
because he's leaving his kids. That's guilt, and he's leaving this woman who's probably done everything for him their entire marriage. That's guilt, and he feels like a piece of garbage, but he wants what he wants. So in that sense, you know what I mean?
I could see in the 1950s, but just not now.
I mean, you're right. There was more prone like back in those days, but I don't know. Maybe. Let me finish this so everybody can catch up with it. Go ahead, Cleo, real quick.
If this guy was driving an Amazon truck, you guys might be looking for me. Okay, because I might have stopped him and pilfered around in the back, but it's a
Found that
hog
warm.
truck.
How you doing, Infamous?
But a hog truck,
what would you think you could find in there? You know what I mean? The other plausible thing, I do think Sarge has a good point. If he was doing some stuff on the side, you know what I mean? Then maybe he got caught up, didn't do something right, whatever.
can you go back to where you said Sarge what?
What?
Go back to the beginning where you started out by saying Sarge had what?
A good theory? I mean, that's the only other one I could see, like, other than like someone taking him, like they're not holding him for ransom. It's been 2 months.
Here's another theory, real quick. Okay. Doc says he owned his own trucks. He just fixed up a new one. Why would he leave them behind? Well, here's another thing. What if this guy's in debt, really bad in debt? Okay. And, you know, if you have life insurance, you got to disappear and you don't want to unalive yourself.
But that really puts the wife in a very bad position. His disappearance doesn't release any funds to her, and it locks up all the assets that are held under lien
for a while.
Until no, for a long time, bro. Until the death certificate is issued, that woman's in trouble.
I understand that. I get that. But at some point, it's going to come to his mind that eventually she's going to get life insurance. You know what I'm saying?
By then, everything will be taken from her.
Well,
not
maybe.
necessarily.
They may have something.
Oh,
they might have bank, you know, stuff in the bank or something like that. He could have left something in the bank, put this whole plan together.
Can I ask you a question, guys? Because look, if you have a mortgage on a home and the husband disappears, you got to keep paying the mortgage.
But
no matter what. If he's got liens,
that there's no money set aside for that, right? Like that's we're assuming.
Hang on. He just said he had a trucking business. He had trucks, so you can actually. It would be safe to say that there were loans against these trucks. Those trucks now they're going to get locked up by the lenders. The minute you go over 30 days, the woman no longer can reap any benefit from that vehicle.
Right.
He has to make the payments. If she doesn't, she loses them to the lender. So my point is, for him to abscond the way he did is horrible, because even if his insurance will pay, by the time a death certificate is determined to be right for this case, the assets are already gone.
I know what you're saying on that point of it. I'm just saying this is theories. We're talking about theories. That's all.
And I'm just saying the theory it's to say that he did that to leave her with anything doesn't make sense. If
not everybody thinks everything through either, Sarge.
So we don't know.
Guess
like,
so.
they could live in like a little tiny trailer, it could be paid off. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know that. Truckers make fairly decent money when they own their own truck.
Yeah. Sac County, Sac
Wallet,
County, Iowa.
2,000 cash left in the truck. Look, wallet with 2,000 cash left in the truck.
Or he could have 30,000 in the bank. You know, who knows? I'm just saying it's
no
just
money
a
though on
theory.
truck.
It's another
Yeah.
theory. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the theory is a tough theory. I think that some of the theories that you all gave before, I would think, but the theory of him walking off to spare to benefit his wife or his family in any way is a difficult one to swallow, because as a business owner, I know that there's pitfalls of doing that. If you just walk off, you're leaving all the responsibility to who's left.
I was
Right.
going to say that, listen, DJ, I want to put this on audio somewhere so I have a reason for Googling this on my phone. According to the Social Security Administration, someone has to be missing for 7 years before they
Yeah.
can whatever. So just so that's on audio somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know that theory holds a lot of weight. If it is, it's an outlier.
Hey, Philip.
And I don't know why he would then, if he was cheating on his wife, I could see someone leaving like that, but now they're saying there were $2,000 cash in his truck.
So let's go back to your talking about the cartel routes, right?
Yes.
That I feel like that falls short now, because I was going down that road with you thinking that he was driving the truck for a company, but if he owned that truck, then I don't see where that ties in.
Well, I think that being the owner of the truck gives you more power over what routes and where those trucks go. Wait. You're not being tracked by a dispatcher. You see?
But you're
owning
still
the truck has advantages.
Yes, you are though.
You still have to log your hours and miles.
You're still working for whoever.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the road trucks, Amazon trucks owned by Amazon have in them tracking devices, and you could bring up a map and watch every single foot that vehicle moves.
Yeah.
Privately held trucks, unless the company is big enough to have a dispatcher, are not equipped that way.
But the thing I'm trying to say, what I'm saying though, is not his truck. But if he's hauling for the same company, hauling hogs repeatedly,
they do not track his truck. No, sir, they do not track his truck. No.
They wouldn't track it like a physical tracker, but
there's physical tracking devices on these trucks, folks. All of the over-the-road trucks you're seeing that are used by companies and be driven by people like you and me, those trucks have trackers on them to keep track of them. Someone will say, "Where's my delivery?" I can tell you that now, because I do it all the time with my shipping company.
I get that part of it. I'm understanding that, but I'm still thinking that if you're working for anybody, they want to know what you're doing when you're on your deliveries. And if you're late, if you're not, if you come up late,
when you're late. The only tracking you get on a hog delivery, if you own the truck and trailer, is your arrival time, your destination time and arrival time is the way they're tracking you. They're not tracking you in between. What I'm pointing out is his truck, being a private firm, is the best way to move illicit product. Better than working for a firm, you see, because if you make a detour or you make a wrong turn, nobody knows that at dispatch. Dispatch will get on the radio and say, "Hey, Joe, you're not going. Where are you going, Joe?"
Yeah, I know how that works. I have a buddy that drives, and he's told me the story.
So owning the trucks yourself is what I'm saying, Cletus, is probably the best kind of person to ship illicit goods for you if you're trying to move them as a cartel or drug distributor or whoever you are.
So somebody just said the wallet was in the truck.
Yeah, with the phone.
Okay, so it wasn't in a ditch. I thought we heard something was in a ditch.
His coat and a couple other little things were in the ditch.
Okay, because that one reporter last night said the wallet and the coat and a couple other personal belongings.
I mean, I can play the rest of this, and I think it's in this, and it should say it just to be sure. I didn't know this here though. Doc just said that the odd part is that law enforcement allowed the mechanic and wife to take the truck from the scene, and they came back later to search it. That's weird to me.
Why was the mechanic present? Why was he probably the driver?
Probably.
Okay, so the truck was in working order then.
Wait. It's his truck. So was it his mechanic?
I'm guessing, yeah, because she probably didn't know how to drive the truck.
Right. He probably had a few trucks and he had a little shop. That's not that uncommon. There's a lot of,
I feel like if they allowed the family to take that truck away, they don't suspect foul play.
I agree,
That's what I'm
100%.
saying.
Because how you gonna leave if your goal is to rob someone? How you gonna leave two?
Yeah, I don't think he was robbed. I don't think he was robbed
Like
at all.
you ain't taking
I
no
get-
pigs.
Right, and it says that he stored that truck at the mechanic's shop. So okay.
Okay.
Well, let me finish this video so they can understand exactly what this is. A lot of them don't yet. So hold on a minute. It's almost done, I think, anyway.
Confirmed via a forensic search of Schultz's phone that he has not legally gone through a U.S. bordering crossing. Sarah Schultz, his wife, told Local 5 in late November she believes he was taken, saying he would never disappear on his own.
He would have never left me like this. It would just break. No, he wouldn't.
Another tip given to investigators claiming someone named David Schultz had a one-way flight from Minneapolis to Phoenix the day he was reported missing. Iowa DCI, along with the Minneapolis Airport Police and the airline, confirmed it was not the missing man by using video footage of the gate and ticket information. As she and investigators search for answers, Sarah hopes her family will be reunited one day.
You know, my kids need their dad. He's a good man. I want my David. He's
Now, this right here, what CL just said, I was just thinking that just a few minutes ago. How do they confirm that it was actually him driving? Once he picked up that load, he stopped at a truck stop and then he left from there and headed on his way. What if something happened at the truck stop and somebody took the truck and it wasn't him? And then
Right, that makes sense.
they were picked up, en route when they realized that what he had wasn't worth anything, and there's that. But where is it?
And we know that he was at the truck stop because if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, they saw him on camera with a
Yeah.
coffee and a slice of pizza or something.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So that was a thought I was thinking of earlier. I just didn't get to voice it at this point. That's a good point, CL. Like something could have happened, the night that he picked up the load right there. Right after that at the truck stop. That's something that's a good point.
That Caroline is a trip in the chat room.
She could. I'm guessing she knew how to drive the truck. I mean, she probably could. I'm sure a lot of these guys will teach their wives. Some of these guys run tandem with their wives sometimes, but with that many kids, obviously they couldn't.
Yeah, the only thing with CI is it CI or CL?
CL.
CL.
The only thing with that is that the valuables that were left behind, $2,000 is nothing to sneeze at for, if you've taken the truck after a crime and you had all of that personal stuff from his with you, that you wouldn't have taken the valuable cash and left everything else behind is very, it's just inconsistent with a crime.
Yeah.
Where he ends up disappeared,
Moonlit says that does make a little sense though, because the truck facing the wrong direction, like they were going like they didn't know where they were going at that point, could make some sense too. Could make that make some sense. I'm sorry. Was the money hidden? That I don't know.
Dogs tracked to the ditch.
Right. That was
if his stuff was there, that makes sense. You know what I mean?
But that was the last place they tracked to. So where is he?
He had to have gotten in a vehicle and been moved away because the dogs would have sent it and followed it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. That's true
So
too.
And it seems to me that he got into a vehicle under his own power. If they did to him something at the truck stop, there's got to be something at the truck stop that looks, an awful lot like him in bad shape still there.
And the thing with this that gets me is there hasn't been not one, even a small lead on this in 2 whole months. Nothing. It's just vanished in thin air. That's it. This one's rough. Here, I keep stopping this. I'll finish it this time.
And someone took him. I know someone took him.
Jesus. In all fairness, and I no disrespect for that poor woman's loss, but she's convinced someone took him. We're somewhat convinced that also happened.
Yeah.
So is there something she knows that none of us can know? Because
it's either that or she doesn't want to think anything else.
Okay, but it's still the same thing. Does she know something of his activities that would lead her to believe that?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Possibly.
Right? Because she's so convinced and so broken up that someone took him. I take her at face value. And so what, you know, that's a statement, a hard statement to make. Your loved one was taken.
Right.
So what would be the foundation to take a man driving a pig truck? Well,
That's the problem. Nobody can figure that one out.
right. I mean, I know Cletus loves bacon, but he's not that harsh.
Jesus. All right. This one is a month. So this story here was done December 21st. I'm gonna let this one play all the way through. It has a little bit more to it for you guys.
And missed Thanksgiving with his family this year. Now they're hoping for answers before Christmas. Today marks 1 month since anyone has seen or heard from David Schultz. Despite searches spanning over 100,000 acres, there's been little trace of him found since November 21st. KCCI's Alyssa Gomez gives us the timeline as family members, volunteers, and investigators try to find David.
Volunteers have searched more than 100,000 acres. Several law enforcement agencies are on the case, and David Schultz is nowhere to be found. Sac County Sheriff Ken McClure told KCCI earlier this month there are still many unanswered questions.
We're hoping that somebody with some information comes forward and tells us what they know. Clearly, somebody knows something, and we're just hoping to get some more leads.
The sheriff's office constructed a timeline with key information in the search. Here's what we know. David Schultz left his home in Wall Lake around 7 p.m. on November 20th. He was scheduled to pick up a load of pigs from a hog confinement near Eagle Grove and take them to Sac City. Witnesses confirmed Schultz picked up the livestock and left around 10:50 that night. He was driving his semi-tractor trailer. Shortly after, investigators say he can be seen on surveillance video at a truck stop east of Fort Dodge. Schultz leaves the stop in his semi and heads west. Cell phone data shows his phone traveled to a rural intersection north of Sac City. Authorities found Schultz's truck at that intersection the following day with his cell phone and wallet still inside. David's wife Sarah reported him missing on November 21st after learning he never made it to the drop-off location. KCCI talked with Sarah 2 weeks after his disappearance.
It's worse than death because I look out the window and I just feel like he should be coming home.
She says she's grateful for the outpouring of support from the community. Sac County Sheriff's Office continues to investigate.
Sent out subpoenas and served search warrants on different companies for their data, hoping that moving forward that will give us a lead.
Anyone with information on David's disappearance is asked to call the Sac County Sheriff's Office. In Des Moines, Alyssa Gomez, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
Meanwhile, the United Cajun Navy, a search and rescue group based in Louisiana, is leading volunteer searches for Schultz. This is from a search earlier this month. They're working off information they get from law enforcement on where to narrow down those searches.
We begin tonight.
Okay, yeah, opinionated. That was confirmed not to be him. They looked at the airport security video and it was not him. The guy that went through the gate was somebody completely different. So it's a pretty standard name, David Schultz. I mean,
I did look it up, and livestock haulers are commonly used to haul drugs.
oh yeah, that was something.
Right. Well, I wanted to look it up because I like to have something to support when if what I'm thinking can be supported, it's nice to find it, you know.
He needs validation that his opinions and thoughts and theories are correct.
Or at least, no, not correct, but at least they form a chain that's reasonable. Not so much correct, more that it's a reasonable statement, you know.
I'm sorry,
I mean-
I'm giving you more credit than I should have. My bad.
Well, I love you too. Don't you worry about
That
it.
is the only thing that I found relevant, Throw Glitter, was when it comes to trafficking, was the organ harvesting side of it. That's the only thing that would put him in a bracket that would make him be somebody that would be taken in that sense.
Yeah, because he did look healthy.
Very much so. Yeah, he's 180 pounds, 53 years old. He looked very healthy. He didn't even look 53.
And any money or valuables would be unimportant to the people.
Yep.
That are cartel related. That would mean nothing to them. The fact that he was gone and all that was left is a hell of a message.
Give me that kidney. Sorry.
His identity stolen, that could have happened too. Somebody needed a new identity and they have to get rid of him for that. So
Yeah, but wouldn't they have taken the
Money?
the wallet?
The money?
maybe unless they were in a hurry. But
I'm
yeah, the
changing my
money,
name to
the money would have been a
Monet.
big, I think.
You remember that Mel Brooks movie with the Count de Monet, the tax collector?
Yes. I mean, this is a strange one, guys, because like I said, there is zero leads. There's nothing. It just poof, he disappeared.
Could the pigs have eaten him? No.
That's what we said. We said that last night.
But do they just do that?
Oh, pigs will eat if you ever, take someone out, give them to pigs. They eat
that.
everything.
I know that, but I'm saying like they just he climbs back there, they attack them.
I mean, if they're hungry.
Yeah, I mean if we were talking about that amongst ourselves, and it was like,
are they going to eat his clothes too?
The only problem I have with it is that statement from that one reporter we saw that said his coat and some of his personal belongings were found across
in the ditch. Yeah.
Because to me, if there was a problem with the trailer and he got out and climbed into the trailer and something happened to him, his personal effects would still be in the truck.
Right.
So
unless he shoved them through that little hole.
Yeah, but
Doc said they probably would have checked pigs for that. And they were
to monitor their feces deposits, right? Because
they were baby pigs, I guess. But Bugsy, this is what I think. What Bugsy thinks is that somebody could have followed him from the truck stop, forced him to stop, and then taken him from there. I just, like I said, I can't process in my mind why he was taken. That's the only thing.
And where was he? I mean, at that point, they disposed of the truck in a very obvious manner. Why would they go through all the trouble of setting up this scene like this, leaving the money and taking the individual body passed or not passed?
I mean,
there's another
organ.
Sorry.
If you think if it's like organ harvesting, you wouldn't care.
Right. And if it could be organ as far as kidneys, liver, eyeballs, everything, guys, they do it for everything. It's crazy. So who knows? Where did it go? Licity, there was another video we watched last night that said that they found a coat and something else in the ditch, but that his phone and his wallet were inside the truck.
Yes, I wonder what the other personal effect was. It said his
phones,
coat and but that's in the truck. What is the other personal effect that's with the coat?
Maybe
I can't remember which video it was to play that one back.
Maybe that reporter is kin to the lawyer in the Kansas City case.
Oh my gosh!
Do we have a picture of the truck?
Yeah, I just showed it. They showed
I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Hold on, it's all right. I think it was that one that looked like the flag, the red, white, and blue.
Okay, it doesn't show us the whole thing. Is it a sleeper truck or is it just a cab over? What is it?
It's a sleeper. It's definitely a sleeper. There it is.
Other personal belongings would include things he kept in the sleeper, I suspect.
I would imagine, yeah. There, do you see that? Oh, you can't see it. I'm looking at it. Jesus, sorry, Sarge. It's definitely a sleepover. Sleeper. See the cab back here?
Yeah, I mean it's a great big truck.
Yeah, it's a nice.
Yeah, that's a very nice truck. Yep.
Does it happen a lot? The organ harvesting thing? I mean, I've heard of quite a few stories of it. How often? I can't tell you that. I'm sure we could find it. I've seen a documentary on it once. It's pretty crazy.
But do they take
out of shape?
Do they take full-grown men out of truck stops? Is that the place you're going to grab someone to harvest?
That I've not seen, but they will take full-grown men.
Doesn't really fit.
Hey, Mama Five.
And most of the people that have happened to them are the ones that are in those migrant lines coming across the border. Right? That's normally where it happens. In third world villages, they grab people. Normally to grab an employed tractor trailer driver to take his organs would be, that'd be a one-off.
As much as I hate to admit and say this, Sarge's theory probably makes the most sense to me right now.
Really? Okay.
I mean, it does, but I like both Sarge's and Clues. Honestly, they both do make a lot of sense. I can't. Yeah, you're right, Firefly. That happens in Puerto Rico.
I just can't side up with Sarge, is what he should say.
No, they both make sense. They make more sense than anything else. That's the problem. There's nothing else that makes any sense.
No, there is.
I just told you another one, another theory that I know Sarge will love. Bigfoot.
Oh Jesus.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. What's this? Oh no, that's
Bigfoot don't play with no truckers.
No.
What?
Okay,
But yeah,
so
it could have been alien abduction. It could have been Bigfoot, or it could have been the hauling drug theory. And these
well,
people.
this
I
is
mean,
a good Lord. This is a 2-month-old case, almost to the day, and there's not one lead on this. There's not 1 ounce of evidence that shows anything. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Oh, this was one of the other videos here. This is when they went back and retraced his a month into this is when they went back to retrace his steps and everything he did. Hold on a minute. Sorry.
Did it say they've searched 100,000 acres?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
that's a lot.
And can I say, with the idea that he walked away from his life, that is plausible, but that now includes other people to help him do that, or person or people, because unless I mean, what would he have done? He'd have had a car parked off to the shoulder of a road there. I see, for him to have walked away like that and left everything, it makes sense, but now you have to include a way for him to get away from there.
Terry said this earlier too, that she thinks that he saw something he shouldn't have seen at the rest stop or the truck stop. See, that does make some sense. Or was, in the middle of saw something going on that he shouldn't have seen, and they noticed him, and he got in his truck and left, and they said, "Hey, bro, just saw, we need to go check this dude out." So that makes some sense too, Terry. That's a good point. Okay, Bugsy says his truck.
But he didn't call for help or anything, though.
Maybe he didn't know. Maybe everything happened so fast. Like I said, the way the truck is on that road, it looks as if somebody may have pulled up in front of him, stopped him, or maybe threw up a fake police light behind him to pull him over. You know what I mean?
Or pretended they were broke down in the lane in front of him.
There's that too. That's fact. Yeah, and the guy sounds like a good guy that would stop and help. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, maybe he was flagged to go down to the right. Maybe somebody attracted him to go to the right. Maybe there was a disabled car not that far down the road on the right, and somebody had come to that intersection and waved at him to have him come help.
Which one of you guys is chowing down?
Which what?
Which one of you guys is chowing down on something?
Clue.
Crunch,
Both
crunch, crunch. Sounds like somebody's eating a bag of Cheetos.
That shit's Clue, guaranteed.
Lay's potato chips.
Mm-hmm.
You can't eat one or one at a time.
Yeah.
You can't eat just one. You got to eat bags at a time, right?
He's probably in a different country and living that double life. I mean, it's possible, Deborah. That's what I'm saying. Nothing else makes any sense.
And listen, the validity of that could also come back to the reason that money and stuff was left behind was to give it back to his wife. That $2,000 may have an impact, right?
Well, listen, yeah, and I watch Unsolved Mysteries all the time, you guys. You know how many of their stories I've seen that ding, 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 that thing pops up for update, and 5 years later, somebody appears again that did the same thing. So you never that goes in line with what Clue said. So it's very possible.
Yeah, 100%.
And so is what Sarge said. And that's what I'm thinking too, Dive. Somewhere down the road, down the line, it's just taking longer. That's all. And it is wintertime. So
I say too, with the amount of infiltration of drugs, it's so enormous in this country. I don't know that. I mean, look at all the cases where it's been involved just recently. Big cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
So whether it be a user and how many people, how about that one family and it was Oklahoma? They got stabbed to death. 6 people or 4 people killed. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going around with drugs and the money that derives from the drugs. And it's hard for me to not see that. I think maybe others can agree that in some of these crimes, it's just hard for that not to jump off the page and say to you that this might be involved. The drug issue, you know?
Absolutely. Oh, okay. Thank you, Richard. All right, I'm going to play this, and I'm going to step away for a second while I'm playing it to grab something, and I'll be right back. So if it overlaps, I'll catch it as soon as I get back.
His phone.
Sorry, I'm here.
and his wallet in his truck, and still loaded, and he wasn't there. He's not there.
The search is on for a Siouxland man, his wife and kids looking for answers tonight. He's been missing since Monday night. Good evening and thanks for joining us on your Wednesday. I'm Sophie Erber. Police in Lakeview, Iowa are asking for the public's help in finding 53-year-old David Schultz. Friends and community members tonight searching for that Sac County man. Everything we know now in our top story at 6. KCAU 9 News reporter Tyler Euchner is live for us in the newsroom now. He went out to Sac County today and talked to David's wife about the disappearance. Tyler?
Thanks, Sophie. David Schultz, 53, has been missing for almost 2 days now, and local community members are searching far and wide for the missing husband and father. Sarah Schultz last saw her husband on Monday night when he left around 7:30 p.m. to haul a load of hogs from Eagle Grove to Sac City. Sarah says she didn't realize anything was wrong until later the next day.
The next day I hadn't heard from him, which was not unusual. You know, I don't know when he's loading and unloading, and his the guy he hauls for knocked at my door saying, "Hey, we can't find Dave. Have you heard from him?" He said he didn't unload the hogs. I said, "So he's loaded." And that alerts me right there, because he would never like pull over to sleep loaded. He just wouldn't.
Sarah called the police, and shortly after, David's semi was found in the roadway near the intersection of 190th Street and Union Avenue North, with hogs still loaded. A search party has been formed by local police as well as David's family and friends. Sarah says she's grateful for the community members who have come together to help bring David home.
I know there's a lot of people searching for him, and I'm so thankful that he has so many friends. And the truckers have a strong community, and I've gotten so many messages, and so many people are sharing the story. I just hope he turns up soon.
Sarah said she last saw David wearing Wrangler jeans, cowboy boots, and a Peterbilt hat. The Lakeview Police Department is asking for help tonight to locate David. Any tips or information should be given to Lakeview Police. That number is on screen. That's 712-657-2513. Live from the newsroom, Tyler Euchner, KCAU 9 News.
I'm just going to say, did you hear the part about the manure?
Yeah, and what is wrong with that guy? Why would they let that guy be a reporter? He's just bad.
What was wrong with the manure? About it being pumped?
No, they took it as part of the investigation. If they ate him and then they him out.
Yeah. So they've ruled that out. They've ruled out aliens, and they ruled out that he was killed and thrown in a pit of manure. And they also ruled out that there was anything in the manure that was nefarious, drugs or such. So the cops are doing all they can. That's pretty positive. I asked a question in the chat room, and victim shaming 101 by Sarge. Okay, you can label me that if you guys want.
Well, that's not really victim shaming.
We said the same thing.
Did she have him off?
We said the same thing.
I mean, it's possible. It's like I said, that kind of goes in line with what I was talking about earlier a little bit. That it's possible. We've seen other cases where somebody puts on a good. I'm not saying she is, so don't anybody get upset, but where people put on a good act. You know what I mean? They put on a good act.
Have they tracked her phone and her location?
Well, that's what was weird. That they said search warrants to companies or something. What did they say? Like,
different businesses and stuff like that. Yeah.
But did they search her? Are they searching her or treating her?
No idea. I mean, I'm sure that typically that's who you look at first is the spouse. So, right. I'm gonna guess that they did.
Right. Well, we don't know, but that's another viable. So there's 3 possible things here that could have, right, in the theory column. And that being one of them. Did he pull over and turn that way to help her? And she was the bait. We don't know. But that would fit. Then no robbery and the money and the belongings left there, which would all come back to her anyway. Why would she steal it? You see?
Good point. Good
Boy,
point.
you could, as long as there isn't crunching interfering, you could really run quite a ways with that thought.
Jesus fix it.
Georgia Rain says maybe he needed to leave the truck to secure a chain or some kind of something on the truck to repair. Someone hit him because it was nighttime. Or no, we don't know that it was nighttime. It could have been that night. We don't know. But anyway, throughout the night. someone hit him, panicked, and left with him injured or possibly dead.
I mean, where is he?
Right. Where'd they take him to? That's the thing.
So
Right.
Now, if they find his body in a lake somewhere, that makes perfect sense.
one of the things I thought was interesting about that video you just played was that they said that a county worker said that that truck had been there since early that morning.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm
That's
just
what I
kinda,
was thinking.
I'm just kind of like, so why didn't I mean,
Well, maybe if they thought it was broke down, that they were going to come back.
yeah.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And then,
How early that morning, though?
But I mean, it's right in, it's blocking the lane of traffic, right? And I
It
guess
may be, but that's not a big road, and that's a common truck route.
If you didn't have his four ways on, if his four ways were on, then that would have probably let people let it be. But if you didn't, and it's just sitting there with nobody moving in it, I would have questioned that right away.
well, it makes you wonder if they drive it a lot. Because if they take the route like in the morning and then
Yeah.
in the afternoon, they're like, oh, this truck is still here. You know what I mean? But I find it weird that it's like they do say
Local
something
truck-
about it after the call about him being missing. You know what I mean?
Who found the truck there?
That county worker.
No, I know, but he didn't
No,
report
no,
it.
no, no. I was getting ready to speak on that, Sarge. She said that they went to her house and said, "Have you seen Dave?" He didn't drop off his load. And then a short time after that, they found the truck. So there was a tracker somewhere, either on his phone or on the truck,
Or they just know he was supposed to be there by then.
and then drove that route and found
And I
it.
just
Right.
say that making that right turn may have made him not obvious to traffic. That truck is identifiable, and it's likely that most truckers in that area know that area and that truck. We
Yeah.
know each other's trucks. I know my buddy's cars when I see a car, right? That right-hand turn would have taken him out of the normal route to go to Sioux City. So making a right-hand turn may not be a heavily trafficked trucking route. The route was to left to go to Sioux City.
Right.
You follow me? So where his truck was, it may not, how long was it there? We don't know, but it may not have been noticed, and other truckers would have clearly noticed it if it was on the common route that they're all taking.
Right.
And this apparently, that's another thing to say. We don't know the routes there, but from what I could derive, the way that you would take it to Sioux City is the way that you're going. You're not going to Sioux City on his route, but that route is the only way from that area to Sioux City.
Well, see, I thought the lady called. I thought his wife called because he hadn't been home in like 20 hours or something.
There we go again. Scene of the crime. Close circle. Scene of the crime. The people report it. The people that are close. Always you got to start from that circle and work out. Right?
Like I thought she called the place and they said he hasn't dropped his load off.
Right.
and then she reported
You
missing.
Keep it clinging.
Clue is having trouble with that word load, and she's laughing about it. Cut it out, girl.
No, first off, I was laughing at the dog. Okay.
Okay.
So
All right.
get your mind out of the gutter.
What was I gonna say?
I can't think of it.
I'm gonna play that. Do you want me to play it back real quick, Clue?
I mean,
it's
it's
up
just
to you.
when she was talking, right? It's when she's on screen, if that helps. But
okay, here you go. Hold on, I'll play it real quick, and then you'll get that part again.
April.
Yep.
Let me check my email because.
There we go. Make sure you hear it.
And his wallet in his truck and still loaded, and he wasn't there. He's not there.
The search is on for a Siouxland man, his wife and kids looking for answers tonight. He's been missing since Monday night. Good evening and thanks for joining us on your Wednesday. I'm Sophie Erber. Police in Lakeview, Iowa are asking for the public's help in finding 53-year-old David Schultz. Friends and community members tonight searching for that Sac County man. Everything we know now in our top story at 6. KCAU 9 News reporter Tyler Euchner is live for us in the newsroom now. He went out to Sac County today and talked to David's wife about the disappearance. Tyler?
Thanks, Sophie. David Schultz, 53, has been missing for almost 2 days now, and local community members are searching far and wide for the missing husband and father. Sarah Schultz last saw her husband on Monday night when he left around 7:30 p.m. to haul a load of hogs from Eagle Grove to Sac City. Sarah says she didn't realize anything was wrong until later the next day.
The next day, I hadn't heard from him, which was not unusual. You know, I don't know when he's loading and unloading. And the guy he hauls for knocked at my door saying, "Hey, we can't find Dave. Have you heard from him?" He said he didn't unload the hogs. I said, "So he's loaded." And that alerts me right there, because he would never like pull over to sleep loaded. He just wouldn't.
Sarah called the police, and shortly after, David's semi was found in the roadway near the intersection of 190th Street and Union Avenue North, with hogs still loaded. A search party has been formed by local police as well as David's family and friends. Sarah says she's grateful for the community members who have come
There you go.
together to help bring David home.
I think he's gone.
Searching for him, and I'm so thankful that he has so many friends. And the truckers have
Can you go back to her description again of how the person came to who that person was that came
Thank
looking
you.
for her husband?
Thank you.
You're welcome, Cliff. It's terrifying we think so much alike. Dear God, someone help me.
Lucky you.
which was not unusual. You know, I don't know when he's loading and unloading, and the next day I hadn't heard from him, which was not unusual. You know, I don't know when he's loading and unloading. And the guy he hauls for knocked at my door saying, "Hey, we can't find Dave. Have you heard from him?" He said he did.
The guy he hauls for
came to her house, which is
That's
unusual.
what I said too. Why wouldn't you call?
Yeah.
Unload the hogs. I said, "So he's loaded." And that alerts me right there, because he would never like pull over to sleep loaded. He just wouldn't.
Sarah called the police, and shortly after, David's semi was found in the roadway near the intersection of 190th Street and Union Avenue North, with hogs still loaded. A search party has been formed by local police as well as David's family and friends. Sarah says she's grateful for the community members who have come together to help bring David home.
I know there's a lot of people searching for him, and I'm so thankful that he has so many friends. And the truckers have a strong community, and I've gotten so many messages, and so many people are sharing the story. I just hope he turns up soon.
Sarah said she last saw David wearing Wrangler jeans, cowboy boots, and a Peterbilt hat. The Lakeview Police Department is asking for help tonight to locate David. Any tips or information should be given to Lakeview Police. That number is on screen. That's 712-657-2513. Live from the newsroom, Tyler Euchner, KCAU 9 News.
my email's on screen there, April. You had said you had
I put it in the back chat.
Oh, you already put it in? Okay. Well, let me throw it up here.
That's interesting how they were discovered, right? How he was discovered.
Yeah. To me, it is for sure,
It is to me too.
Like,
yeah, I
and
agree.
someone said maybe they didn't have her number, but I mean, if you're driving for someone else, typically you
Why
have
wouldn't
to
you
fill
call
out.
first? Yeah.
You have
I
to
agree.
fill out an application, which would in
Next
turn they
depends.
ask for an emergency contact, right? That would be
Right.
her, wouldn't it?
Yeah. All right. So these are other truck drivers here telling a story. So here we go.
Was it 30 something seconds that we decided? All right, it's going to take just a moment. Was it 30 something seconds that we decided? All right, come on.
Did she call that man by his first name?
We're still waiting for it to kick in.
No.
Okay.
No, she said the guy. She said the guy that he hauled for. That's what she called him.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
I was like, "Where's my phone?" Oh my! It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
It's been snowing.
Is it popping up?
What happened?
I don't know.
What is this YouTube video of that you're linking in here?
These are other truckers that are telling a story about what they believe happened because they know the scenario around that area. So you should be able to hear it now, guys.
Yeah.
All right, we have advertisements, so we do have sound.
We're gonna press. Appreciate you guys being here an hour later. Missing truckers. Good evening, Hurricane.
Good evening.
Chewy Boo's over on his bed next to his window with his blanket and his
Pillow.
and his mattress and his couch.
And his pillow called Purr.
Jeff Edwards, what's going on? This is a pretty serious video, so I don't want to make it too lighthearted at the front of it. It's actually pretty frightening, this video. And I've got a couple of my own stories. Hurricane didn't really experience much of what I'm going to talk about.
No, I haven't had to so far.
But I've had a couple experiences that were.
Go to 1 minute 50 seconds.
You want to? Where's that? Where's the picture of the guy? David Schultz up here in Iowa. Miss Pamela B, what's going on up here in Iowa? David Schultz. This is him. I don't have StreamYard hooked up yet up here, so that's a picture of David Schultz and his two kids. I guess that's his truck behind him. It's a long nose. It's David Schultz. He's 43, I think, is what it was. November. That's good. November, and I'll put these pictures and I'll put the link to the video, or pardon me, the link to the articles that I'm talking about in the description once we're done. He was coming out of. Let me show you the map on this. He was coming out of. There you go. I'm going to show you on the map where he was coming out of.
We're high tech.
He was leaving out of Eagle Grove, Iowa, which is right here, and he was coming over to Sac City, SAC City. He was delivering hogs. It's about an hour and 15, hour and 20-minute ride. Coming across 20, and it was about 11:51 at night. They saw him on a traffic camera in his truck coming west on 20 out of Eagle Grove to the hog delivery place. He was delivering live hogs like you deliver the live beef. They saw him on this road. They saw the truck. They took a picture of it. Initially, they thought there was somebody with him, even though he drives solo, which is kind of freaky. But they said, no, we think he was by himself. He never showed up, but he's on this road heading this way. They find his truck on 71. You'll see the arrow sticking up. Matter of fact, this whole map is the screen cap of the video that you're watching now. They show his truck, or they found his truck because he never showed up. They found his truck northbound on 71 coming away from Sac City. And you can put that down now, babe. He had all his stuff in it, even though he wasn't in it.
It's crazy.
They found his jacket on the side of the road, away from the truck, on the side of the road, the other side of the road. His cell phone, all his stuff was in the truck. And I'm gonna tell the story, but I want to ask you guys that are watching, what's happened to you in these kind of situations? The guy was a younger guy. He had 2 young kids. He and his wife, don't know if they're having any problems, but here's the thing. His cell phone was left in the truck, you know? He didn't have anything with him except what he had on his body. I don't know if he had his wallet in his, I don't carry a wallet on me. I never, ever have a wallet on me, ever. That way, if I get robbed, I just got to worry about me.
In fact, ladies, I don't carry a purse anymore, or British people say handbag. I don't carry a purse. I don't carry a purse ever, even now when I'm out of the truck, because of, you know, grab and snatch or anything like that. Because I've learned from being in the truck not to carry a lot of stuff with me because of that. You know, so I only carry like my wallet and my phone when I'm going to buy something when I come back. Otherwise, it sits in the vehicle, you know, obviously not seen. So, yeah.
And I didn't see in the article that his wallet was left in the truck, but his cell phone was, some other things were, maybe his wallet was, I don't know. They haven't found him. November 20th of 2023, they have not found him. He never delivered the hogs. The hogs were in the back of the vehicle. The truck's pointing away from where he's supposed to drop them.
Like the opposite way, isn't it?
It was pointing north on 71. You got to go south on 71 from where he was to get back to the hog farm to drop him off. And there was no call for help. There was no call to his company. There was nothing. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think. Now, the wife she's had some psychics get involved. And they've said they see him, you know, they say it's bad. And they see him in their psychic revelations, which that's just talking to demons. But demons know what's going on. That they see him tied up and bound and gagged in a room. Don't know if it's true. The police have no leads, because you would think if it was anything where he was maybe he had somebody riding with him, and you know she was a side piece, and the side piece had a side dude that's, hey, well, let's rob this guy tonight on the run. When you're with them, I'll meet you on this road. Tell them you want to go down this road to do this, and I'll meet you. You pull over, act like I need help.
That was my
If it
thought.
was one of those things, you would think they would have found text messages, emails, because you know doggone well the police have gone through all his text messages and his wife's text messages. Because the other thing, too, is the very first thing they do when somebody goes missing, especially if you're married, they're going to check your spouse, too, because maybe she had him, something happened to him. Maybe she had a little bit of something going on with that. So you can't rule anybody out.
Mhm.
But she's not a suspect. Apparently, there was nothing on the phone records. They just say he's just disappeared.
Nice silence, complete, just off the grid.
And I tell you all that because it's tough enough out here in trucking.
Yes.
And you want to help, you want to stop, you want to help people. But nowadays, with the activities going on, you almost can't risk it. Especially as a female, you cannot risk it. I had a couple incidents. You want to show the picture of?
Yep.
I have another map. For me, I was coming down to Laredo. When I first got with GNP, I drove all the other stuff. Hold on a second. I drove all the other stuff they had with GNP. And about 2 months in, I said, hey, can I get on some of these runs going to Laredo? Because I was willing to stay out for 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, even though you didn't need to be with GNP. I'm like, I want to get my experience, man. I want long runs. I want to stretch it out. I don't want to do this Charlotte to Atlanta. And luckily for me, a hurricane hit in Louisiana and hit down in the eastern part of Texas that year. And some of the truckers in our company got caught down there and they couldn't get back through because of the interstates. And they said, hey, will you run some of this stuff? Because you've asked us if you can go down there and run. I said, yeah, I'll go down. Gladly. But see, that's the thing too with, when you get on a run like that, like I was begging for it, I wasn't about to mess up and let anything get in the way of that. I'm like, I'm going to run. I'm going to be out for 6, 8 weeks. I'm going to be your best long-term driver or long distance driver that doesn't expect to do a 34 because I ran recaps. I'm like, I'm going to run recaps, run 7 days a week. I'm coming down out of Charlotte, picked the load up in Atlanta, and I'm coming down and I came the south side of Houston. This is Laredo down here. I came the south side of Houston because it said that 10 that night, it was about 6:30, but the sun was going down. And it said that 10 going west had a major traffic jam over here near San Antonio. Even though you can take a feeder road south of San Antonio, I'm like, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump down and take this back road. This back road is an authorized truck route, and it only adds about 15, 20 minutes to the trip, but you are in rural areas. So I took this route right here to get down to Laredo to try and avoid this traffic jam because I couldn't stand sitting in traffic. You can put that down, pretty girl. Is it legal to have blue eyes as blue as yours are? So I took that road. And let me preface this story with the fact when I lived in Virginia Beach, when I was there, you had a couple feeder roads into the beach. You had 2 bridges, actually 3 bridges that came into Virginia Beach. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 bridges that came into Virginia Beach. The 2 on the Hampton Road side that fed into Virginia Beach. One's a tunnel, one was just a bridge. When you get off those bridges and off those tunnels, you hit some feeder interstate, like the I-295 versus I-95. They had people getting robbed all the time on those because people would be pulled over at 2 a.m, acting like they had a flat tire. They'd have some, little fine tenderoni standing out by the vehicle looking all, I need help. Somebody pulls over and all of a sudden the dude steps out of the back of the car and goes, hey, give us all your money.
It's crazy.
They had that kind of stuff happen a lot more than they talked about. If you know anything about living at an oceanfront area, they don't ever report the true crime numbers that are going on. They don't want to scare people. So that kind of stuff happened a lot where people would get held up because they were trying to be a good Samaritan and stop at 2 a.m. I'm coming down that back road heading into Laredo. And again, I hope they find David Schultz. It's been this long. There's been no word. God bless him.
Not knowing, I think, is the hardest thing, isn't it?
I was coming down the back way, coming out of Houston into Laredo. I had been driving trucks for maybe at this point, maybe 5 months. I was still just a puppy in tall grass in trucking, but I wasn't a puppy in tall grass in life. And I was coming the back way into Laredo, and I could see up ahead of me on a 2-lane road. I had tree line to my left because there was a bunch of trees on one side of that road for quite a bit of miles. Once you get out of some of these smaller cities, I saw up ahead of me about 1.5 miles. I saw flashing lights 4 ways, and I thought, well, somebody's broken down. I get up close, and there were like 4 or 5 guys in a full size, looked like a Chevy pickup truck, and I know vehicles because I used to, run car dealerships. Full size white Chevy pickup truck, quad cab, full 4 doors, full cab, and they were all standing outside of it. And the truck was actually almost blocking the lane they were in. They were coming the opposing way, and they were almost blocking the lane that I was in, but not quite. And they were coming this way, and I'm going. So they're coming this way. I'm going this way. They were coming northeast, and I was going southwest. That's the best way to put it. But there was 4 or 5 guys. And it was probably at that point 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30 by the time I hit that area, maybe 10, but it was totally dark. Wasn't a ton of traffic because that road's not heavily traveled. It's more local and regional traffic than it is, truckers. Most truckers take 10 and then drop down into Laredo off of 10. And these guys were waving me down to stop. And I'm like, I'm a big guy. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so. There's 4 or 5 of you guys, you got to have a cell phone. This was only in 2016, 2017, actually 2016, because I got the GNP in February of 2016. So it would have been September, October. And they're on the road trying to wave me down to slow me down. And I'm by myself. And at that point, I did not have my pew-pew with me. Because I was a good boy.
Pew, pew, pew.
You can't carry your pew-pew.
Ew.
I've never, just an aside note, and you didn't hear this on my channel, so if I asked about it, just Men in Black, boop, you didn't hear me say it. I've never met a retired police officer ever in my life that said they didn't carry wherever they went, regardless of state laws. Never had it told to me. And they said, I'd rather be, judged by 12 than carried by 6. So, but I didn't have my pew-pew with me. And even though I'm a big guy, there's 5, 6 guys standing outside this big white pickup truck. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense, man. You got cell phones. What am I going to do? Tow you? No, I'm not going to tow you. And at that point, I was going down with the load. So I was under, under a load. When I pulled tanker in the oil field, actually, I pulled off-road diesel in Pocatello for about 6 months. Everything shut down, and I had to go up to Billings, Great Falls.
Is he going to get back into this missing trucker or just tell us his trucking story?
Off-road diesel.
I think he's making a point with this story. He's coming to the. I know
Okay.
you.
I understand. We get it. We get it. We don't want to pull over. I get it. Right.
Well,
that's why I'm just asking. Has he got more to add to this missing trucker?
I'm guessing that this story leads into that, Mr. Patience. Hold on. Let me see something here. What are you laughing for?
She's a snorting too.
And snorting. Just let him get his point, Sarge. He's getting there. I know what he's getting ready to say, but I think it relates to what is going on with this missing guy.
Well, there's people in the chat room. I think they're laughing along with me. It's like, okay, bro, I get it. What's the point? How does that connect to this guy? But go ahead. I'll be patient. I apologize. Patience or Ross needs to find me.
Yeah, somebody just said you can tell his wife has heard these stories because of the basis she's making. She's kind of like the same way, like, okay, get to the point. I know what he's getting ready to say, though, so here we go.
I'll bring back down to the mines that are down there in just south of the border in Idaho, just past the border. There's some mines up there in the mountains. And I had to cut, and when I came back through, I'm like, well, I want to allegedly avoid the way station that's on that main interstate. So I went the back way and came through Yellowstone at 2 a.m. Same thing.
It's crazy.
There was a van that was pulled over to the side of the road. At this point, I was going south. The van was going north. It was a 2-lane road. They were pulled over 4 ways on. It was a woman standing outside trying to wave me down. But I saw a guy standing on the other side of the van. And I'm like, man, you surely have a cell phone. And I know that they might not get here quickly, but here's the out I had there. Pulling hazmat with the company I was with, they were adamant. You don't stop for anybody, anything. You stop for the POPO and DOT, and that is it. You stop if you had an accident, that is it. You don't stop for anything or anybody. You don't stop to try to render aid. I know that goes against some people's, I want to be a good person. I went by them and began slowing down because there was a lake to the side of where they were, where they pulled over. And I began slowing down a little bit. And I'm going to finish the story about the Latinos in Laredo, or heading to Laredo, and with this same story. As I got by their van, it was a little green or dark blue van. As I got by it, I saw the woman very clearly. I saw the guy on the other side. I couldn't tell if there was a kid inside. And as I got by, I began slowing down and kind of pulling over, going, well, I know what we're told about stopping, but should I? And I began to pull over and stop like a knucklehead. And another dude stepped out of the back of the van on the side of the lake, away from the road. So he stepped out on the side. So now there's two dudes and a woman he stepped out like, okay, this guy doesn't see me. I'm going to step out now. Who knows what they were wanting to do? Who knows? I just know that nowadays, and I'm getting witness to what I'm saying because I remember both of these incidents clearly. I remember them viscerally too. Like I feel the emotion of it. You can't stop, man. Nowadays, you cannot take the risk. Even if you have a pew-pew with you, you can't take the risk. The ones in Laredo, I kept going around them. I did slow down, but I kept going around them. I pulled over further. They're screaming, they're hollering. I thought they're going to shoot me through the window, And you're that close to the border on top of that. They let me go by. But I was like, I'm ready to push. I'm ready to push the pedal to the floor if I need to. These people coming in the back way of Yellowstone, going back down to Pocatello, same thing. I'm like, man, this could get ugly very quickly because I don't know what they have, don't know what their intentions are. I want to believe they have good intentions, but you can't believe any of that anymore. Not nowadays. So this trucker, no text messages, no emails.
Very odd.
His jacket's on the side of the road. His stuff's in his truck. He's facing away from where he's supposed to go drop. Now, could he have just disappeared? Could he have just said, you know what? I don't like my life. I don't want to be doing this with my wife. I'm tired of the life I'm leading. Let me see if I can just, could it be? Yeah. They've had truckers say that they've had truckers disappear. And when they get found, they say, well, I had amnesia. I think that's funny as all get out. I had amnesia. I must have had amnesia. I don't remember what was going on. True story. Look some of these things up. The ones that are scary, though, are truckers, and these are true stories, I'm telling you. And I'll put them in the description when the video's over. A couple truckers have pulled into distribution centers.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And a trucker had pulled over to use the restroom. He was out in the woods like the bears. And while he was in the restroom, while he was using the restroom out there, because that's God's restroom, he's looking down in the weeds and he sees a body. So he comes back out. He calls the police. They come out. That was a trucker that had gone through the gates of a distribution center in town where he was driving through. He was heading that way, driving through. The guy that stopped to go to the bathroom. A trucker had gone to the distribution center in that town 15 miles down the road, gone in, dropped his trailer at the door, went over and parked where he was supposed to park, and disappeared. And they said, we didn't see him leave. We didn't see anybody swing by and pick him up. I don't know. I don't know if there was an inside job and they're like, no, we're gonna pick up old, Randall over here and go take him out and, take his wallet and stuff. I don't know. Sometimes I got to believe some of these people at these places, like when I got, a stalker under my bathroom door in New Mexico.
Oh, that's freaky.
I got to believe that sometimes people know who it was, because even like then they said, we didn't see anything. We didn't see anybody come out of there. I'm like, listen, there was somebody in there with the orange jumpsuit on under the door. Anyway, the people at this distribution center said that they didn't see anything. They said there's nothing on cameras. They said they saw him check in. They had a note from the gate guard showing where he checked in, where he parked his truck. They saw him drive around the building, park his truck. He ended up down the road 15 miles unalived. And I think it was about 2.5 months after that is when this trucker pulled over to go to the bathroom and found that guy's unalived.
Okay, so The moral of this story is that what this dude is saying, it actually makes sense. It's kind of what I was thinking, that somebody's waving him down. Hey, pull over, help us here, so on and so forth. And somebody snatched him. The only thing I can't put together with that scenario is a motive, unless it's, like I said, possibly human trafficking for organs or something, you know, because if there's nothing taken out of the truck, what does that make any sense?
It doesn't.
It don't.
Doesn't. And the car had to be going the other way. The information that I'm clear more about by listening to him is back when he said that his coat was found on the other side of the street in the ditch, which
Right.
means he got into a vehicle going the opposite direction.
That's my guess. Yeah.
Right. The rest of it are just the same kind of stories and song and dance we've been doing here with theories.
The only
Right,
other
yeah.
thing, yeah, unless he walked away from his life, and he just said it happens, and then they
Right.
get amnesia, you know, so that would be Clue's theory.
Right.
And I said it makes sense. You know, it does. It makes
And
sense,
it's
guys.
possible he left all that behind for his wife to have something. In other words, he wasn't hating her. It was what he had, and here, that's it. I'm through. I'm gone. And he jumped in the
It's
car and went the other way. And he
I-
also said that there may have been a second person in the truck, but then they said later, we'd like to see those pictures.
I agree. Yeah, if there is, and again, like I said, folks, I think we know he went to the truck stop. He was seen on video at the truck stop. He leaves the truck stop, commences on his trip, and that's where it happens.
And he was seen on a cam traveling
Yeah.
down the way he was supposed to travel, traveling the proper direction. His truck was
Yeah.
caught on camera.
Exactly. And you know, somebody could have jumped in his that's another thing, guys. Somebody could have jumped in his truck that is working tandem with somebody else at the truck stop, saying, "Here, jump in this dude's truck." Okay. She jumps in the bed because it is a sleeper. Surprises the dude when he gets down the road a little bit of ways. Hey, you know, put the gun to his head, whatever. I don't know. Her partner shows up and pulls him over, and they take him. I mean, things like this can happen, guys, and that's
Right.
my only thing. It's one of three things. He was either doing some running for somebody else, he left his life, or that would what I just said probably happened, because nothing else makes any sense, in my opinion, at least.
You know, I did get an alert that there was a grandfather clock murder, and I'm not really totally schooled on that, but
I
there's
can't.
a link on Reddit about a grandfather clock murder. I don't know if you wanted to cover that or.
I can't with you. All right, so those are theories on the Iowa case. What's his name said, and it was kind of funny. I had to laugh. The Riddler said, "How would you guys like to ride cross country with this guy?"
Wouldn't.
That I'd be sleeping the whole way. At least he'd be talking you to sleep, folks.
No, he'd be. If you're going to drive across the country, what do you want to sit in the opposite side of a cab that has nobody's got nothing to say?
Yeah,
and then you want to jump out at speed, right?
I could ride across the country with this guy.
I could too, man.
Which would be quieter, him or Sarge?
It'd be a good conversation between the two of us.
Yeah, can you put the two of them together in a truck?
No.
Cross country?
No.
Holy hell, that would be that would be interesting. That would be interesting. To say the
And I
least.
say the funny thing about that comment is you all talk basically as much as I do.
We do. That's
okay. All right. Well, I'm just saying, just remember there's always three fingers pointing back at you while you're pointing the finger.
I would never ever argue that comment. That's a fact.
The reason we all get along is because we can tolerate each other's thought processes and the things we say. Otherwise, we wouldn't get along at all. Oh,
The one video does say, though, this was from a month ago, that his cell phone data was part of the latest update from the sheriff's office on the continued search, and there's still nothing. They still have nothing.
Well, it was found with the truck. What were they going to find in the search data? They didn't have from cam surveillance and just where the truck ended up, right?
Right, no idea.
It's a mystery.
So we got some theories on that. We got some theories on the Kansas City 3.
How the Donna, that young woman that was found that had left the hospital, have any update been given to us on any toxicology reports?
Nothing yet. They're expecting the autopsy any day now. Well, we could cover that, CL. Absolutely. They're supposed to be getting that back any day now, I'm guessing.
There's a whole something that I noticed at one
Please
point during that guy's dissertation.
Dissertation. Yeah, good.
So he said that it was about an hour and some change ride, right?
Right.
From where I guess his house or whatever.
From the pig processing, from where he picked up the pig. Yep.
It kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but doesn't it seem like you wouldn't expect your husband to be gone that long?
Yeah.
But that may not have been his only scheduled run. Yeah, you know what? That is kind of a quirk. What do you think about it? I thought of that too. What do you mean the next day comes by and he's not home and you don't think anything unusual of it?
It was an oddity. Yeah.
And then someone had to, you know what?
There you go.
And then someone had to come to the house, you know what I mean? And then the way it was reported, right?
Right.
Somebody comes to the house and she's like, "Oh yeah, that's a good question. Where's my husband?" Like, it's a little, right? Am I?
No, you're right.
You're absolutely you're on spot on because I caught that
agree.
too. By the time she didn't even realize her husband was missing.
Right. They said right after that she called 911 because it had been like 20 hours, like 20 hours, and it's an hour and a half down the road.
Well, that can't be something can't be true here because she also said that the deputy called her from his phone when they found it at 3:00, which is not 20 hours after he went missing.
No, he picked his load up at 10:50 the night before, and they found his truck at 3 something the next day. So that's not 20 hours.
So where the hell was he before he picked up the load?
And it's 12 and
Is
4.
is that like an addition? Like was he somewhere else?
Yeah. Does she live outside of that area? Is that what you're asking? Does she live further away from that plant than we're guessing?
Well, he left he left at 7:30 at some point. I think she said, right? So 7:30
in the morning,
3:00 the next day is how long.
So maybe it's an hour ride from where he's loaded to the pig drop
Yes,
off.
that's what they said. That's the ride I was talking about. It's an hour from where you pick up the pigs to deposit them. An hour 15 or 20. That guy said. But what was he doing prior to that? Was he doing several runs? This was just one of them. Did he go from home and jump in his truck and go to the hog plant and then, or we don't know those events of the times prior to when he got to the hog plant. What was he doing before? What was his schedule for after? We don't know.
That's all I'm saying is the police said she called after he'd been missing 20 hours. I'm just trying to figure out what took up the 20 hours.
He left at 7 p.m. from his home that night. He went and he picked up his load at 10:50.
So that's 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Then he left. He went to that truck stop after he picked up his load. And then he was on his way from there. I don't have that time again in my head yet. And then everything commences from that point.
Yeah, I just feel like if I were her, like I would expect him home sooner than, you know what I mean? It's just weird to me. But
KT had said something. Didn't they say he had a plane ticket? It was determined to be not him. But
yeah, that was a different person. Different person.
Guy. Yeah.
So that one is a complete mystery to me, like completely. Like there's not even, like I said, there's not any leads, no clues, no nothing. It's just nothing. Now, this other guy, okay, this is a Calhoun County missing truck driver. Okay. Watch this and tell me your thought on this one. This is interesting too. Watch this.
A Calhoun County man last communicated with anyone, and tonight there were no signs of where 54-year-old Mark Reesberg could be.
Only on KCCI, our Bo Bowman spoke with Reesberg's sister, who is working.
I want you guys to pay attention to the small details on this one. He's 54. The other dude is 53. This is in Iowa. The other dude's in Iowa too. Pay attention.
Worried sick about her brother.
This is Mark Reesberg's last known location, his home just outside of Lytton, where his family says he left his phone and his wallet before disappearing.
It's not like him. He would never, ever go missing. He would never miss work. Something's wrong. We need to do something.
Mary Brown is Reesberg's sister. She says his employer, Essentia in Lytton, reported her brother missing on November 1st. The Calhoun County Sheriff says Reesburg's last known contact with anyone can be traced back to October 28th. Brown says while her brother's phone and wallet were found in his house, his tan PT Cruiser is gone.
You know, somebody may have come to the door during the night and needed help, and of course, Mark's going to help anybody. I thought maybe he went out to help somebody, and I just don't understand why we can't find him or his car.
This comes as a search is underway for 53-year-old David Schultz of Wall Lake in neighboring Sac County. He's been missing for more than a week now. Brown says it's frustrating to see all the people and tools being used to find Schultz. She thinks the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office needs to do more to find her brother.
You know, you can't be serious. And so, you know, tell the truth, we'll probably find him in a bottom of a pond in a few years. Like, just no compassion. Like, are you kidding me?
Calhoun County Sheriff Pat Riley wasn't available for an on-camera interview, but told KCCI he believes Reesburg may have left voluntarily, and there is no evidence indicating anything criminal may have happened to him. Sheriff Riley also said there is no reason to believe the disappearances of Mark Reesburg and David Schultz are connected, despite only 15 miles separating them. Brown says she appreciates the investigation, but still hopes they can find out what happened.
I'm sure they're doing what they feel is right, but I just wish we can do more.
If you have any information about Reesburg's whereabouts or have seen his tan PT Cruiser, you're asked to call the Calhoun County Sheriff. In Calhoun County, Bo Bowman, KCCI 8 News, Iowa's news leader.
Almost sounds like the Jimmy Hoffa case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, this guy is 10 years older than the other guy. It happened within the same month. They live
Within the
15
same
miles
town.
away from each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Marriott.
There's a lot of the same links, okay, in some senses. But this shut up, Jack D.
The odds
This
of two
guy-
people. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The odds of two people with the same particular circumstances left behind, their personal belongings, their phone, their wallets, are so unique that to find that within an area 15 miles apart, the odds got to be 5.37 quintillion to 1.
Unless they ran off together.
Well, and that's what somebody
Ooh.
said. That's different, but
What was the day he went missing, and how old was he?
53, Mark Reesburg, okay,
Yeah, see, I thought the other guy was 55.
The other guy.
43,
The other
43.
guy was 50.
Or no. I'm sorry. The other guy is 53. This guy is 43.
Okay.
Whatever, they were 10 years apart. But again, the coincidence here, is it a coincidence that these two cases leave the same material behind of their presence?
Exactly.
That's what
Well,
I'm
the cell
saying.
phone, right?
I'm trying to tell you, they might have run off together.
Well, and here's the thing: 15 miles apart. The only difference with this one is he left his phone and his wallet at his home, and his car's missing. The other guy, his phone and his wallet were left in his truck, and he's missing. Okay. There's some differences, but not differences. Or is it 54 and 53? Yeah, I think so.
This guy left. He took off in his car, and a PT Cruiser is old enough where there would be no way to track a vehicle like that.
Right.
There's no onboard systems that account for that. Not having the phone is an indication that you left specifically not to be tracked. And the same thing with the other man.
Oh, wait a
With
minute.
no phone in his personal possession. He left in a way that you could not track him.
I just found breaking news on this from
Which one? The PT
December
Cruiser or the?
PT Cruiser from December 1st.
All right. What's the breaking news? You guys done with the chips?
All right. So this one, I think they found this guy. Here we go. This is from December 1st. I hadn't seen this until just now. I went looking for any updates on it. There's quite a few updates. So here we go. It doesn't mean that they still couldn't be related in some sense. So same. Okay.
We are following breaking news on the search for one of two missing men in northwest Iowa. The body of Mark Reisberg has been found. Local 5's Megan McPherson is here. She has been working the phones to find out more for us. Megan.
Stephanie, moments ago, the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office sent out this news release I have here, confirming 54-year-old Mark Reisberg was found dead in his car earlier this afternoon. We've been following the active search for Reisberg, who's been missing since late October. A search group called the United Cajun Navy that has been coordinating search efforts for both Reisberg and another missing man in the area told me they discovered Reisberg's body just before 2 p.m. today. According to the United Cajun Navy, Reisberg's body was found in Jolly. That's north of Rockwell City, where Reisberg is from. Authorities don't suspect foul play in Reisberg's death. Again, no foul play. As for the other missing man, the United Cajun Navy is still searching for David Schultz, who has been missing for 10 days.
Today marks 1 month since a Calhoun County man last communicated with anyone, and there are no signs of where 54-year-old Mark Reisberg could be.
Yes, that's right. His last known location, his home just outside of Linton, where his family says he left his phone and his wallet before his disappearance. Tonight, as Bo Bowman reports, the family is hoping for any information to help find their.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm confused.
Okay, so this guy was found in an abandoned house, and there's no foul play.
I thought he was in his car.
He was found in his car.
Or in his car. Well, they said something about an abandoned house. Sorry.
No, they didn't, did they? Oh, let's not get into that. Let's just run with it.
I swear they did. But anyway.
Grandfather clock in this abandoned house.
But there's no foul play. What?
I mean, he might have, himself,
I mean, they're not saying that though. Like, I think they would have put that out.
Can I ask a question? Hold here. Let's back up. Relax. Was the time he was so he left he disappeared. That other guy disappeared within a short period of time apart, right? How far apart are their crimes? A month?
Roughly, yeah.
And then they found this guy a month after he left.
Yeah. No, they found him December 1st.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I got what you're saying. They said the end of October is when he went missing, very beginning of November, and they found him the very beginning of December, so it's a month. Now, the other dude, it's been 2 months already for him.
Okay. They found him separate from his car. We don't know if they found him in his car. Let's see if they say how they found the guy. Where did they tell us any detail, or is it just
this jumped to an older video of it, like before they found him. So hold on, let me back up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, are they do an autopsy? Are they going to give us more information? Is the family speaking?
Okay, they said they found at abandoned properties where they found him. Sorry.
His car, him and his inside of his car?
Let me play it back for you. Hold on. It's still weird to me though. Like, if they suspect no foul play, then what do you suspect?
We are following breaking news on the search for one of 2 missing men in northwest Iowa. The body of Mark Reisberg has been found. Local 5's Megan McPherson is here. She has been working the phones to find out more for us. Megan.
Stephanie, moments ago, the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office sent out this news release I have here, confirming 54-year-old Mark Reisberg was found dead in his car earlier this afternoon. We've been following the active search for Reisberg, who's been missing since late October. The search group called the United Cajun Navy that has been coordinating search efforts for both Reisberg and another missing man in the area told me they discovered Reisberg's body just before 2 p.m. today. According to the United Cajun Navy, Reisberg's body was found in Jolly. That's north of Rockwell City.
All right, so
in his car. I was right.
Yeah, you were right. This tells me that this guy went and unalived himself. He left his wallet and his phone at his home, took his car, drove somewhere away from his home, and did that to himself.
Possibly, yeah, possible.
That's my thought. I'm just saying, and that's sad. But
we need an autopsy, see if it was carbon monoxide poisoning, which would explain him being dead in the car, right?
Yeah, right. But I don't think these two are linked at all, obviously.
The coincidence though was a bit freaky.
For sure. I mean, that's the first thing I jumped on.
Did the second guy get his idea from the first guy?
Maybe, and maybe this one Yeah, but he left his truck and everything. And how the hell did he get anywhere? Unless he had somebody pick him up. Or he was hitchhiking, act like he was broke down.
I don't know, man.
But I would imagine somebody would have said, hey, I picked this guy up, so on and so forth. His
Cletus is
disappearance.
cooking again. I can hear it.
Huh?
Cletus is cooking again.
No, they're messing around in the kitchen doing something.
Cooking.
And I don't think it's cooking.
I hear the water
Oh,
running.
then the next one we had that we looked at recently was the come on, scrambled eggs brains. The El Mirage thing where they found 6 people deceased.
Oh, they had a shootout. Pew pew.
Yeah, I believe that one is what it is. I mean, that's theory wise. I think everybody thinks the same thing on that because of the way it looks.
Yeah, more drug cartel and more drug dealing businesses that went south.
Yeah, it's like literally like a calling card.
Right.
Shoot and burn.
That's bingo. Which is why when a whole bunch of people were bringing that theory into, I hate to say the word, Idaho, I said, that didn't match for me. So
I mean, what a horrible thing, though. I mean, look, can you imagine being one of those 6? And the thought that you're having a shootout, but you all end up dying in the shootout? What a horrible result that is. Somebody, you know what I mean? You go to all that trouble to take all these shots at each other. Nobody won, in other words. It was like a total stalemate. We're all dead. It's insane.
Sir. I
right?
do agree.
They were shooting at each other. I mean, good God.
Agrees. What the hell?
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
this
that's
is 2 weeks ago. This is real interesting, actually. What the hell? Hold on a minute. Oh, I can't play that. That'll be flagged real quick. Anyway.
Is Phantom, is she saying Riceburg was found deceased in his car with a single fatal gunshot wound? Is that the gentleman for the PT Cruiser? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she must have found something that I didn't see.
Is that verifiable?
I'll have to find it, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that would be there you go. So that was a suicide. And if he parked in an abandoned property, it may be that's why he wasn't found for so long. I mean, it's not like they're on Zillow. Blue.
Yeah.
Say something. Add to this.
I mean,
what are you eating?
I'm not eating anything. Which one? Which one do you want me to add to?
This guy they say he was found deceased in his car with a single fatal gunshot wound.
I believe that.
Yeah, I would think that's reasonable.
It's sad.
You know, that what do you think of the word unalived? Isn't that the most pleasant way to say somebody has been horrifically taken from this earth? Unalived. It almost makes it sound like a destination. It sounds like a destination. Yeah, peaceful and pleasant. You know, a family of 14 was found, a family of 14 was found unalive this morning.
I don't like the word.
Right? I think
I don't either.
We're destroying ourselves with this limit on speech is what we're doing.
I don't say that on my channel.
Colorful words to describe events that are the most primal, horrific events that we do amongst ourselves, right? It's terrible. Just a shame. And then we got to now color it in a way that almost makes it commonplace. Even though it is commonplace, it should be looked upon for what it is, the horrific events between each other. Ugh.
All right, let me see here.
What else you got, Dago? What are the case?
I'm looking. Hold on.
What about you, Clue? What do you got a theory on? Whatever case it may be.
I'm trying to think what else we've seen. And we don't have an update on Donna at all.
Nothing yet, no. Other than like I said, I was told to me that a couple of the drug charges were dropped down to something else.
On that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. Other than that, and her obituary was released. Let me see here. I had a couple of things I was following, but go ahead, Sarge. What were you saying?
I was going to say, Lifty J, she says she uses the word unalive when she's referring to self-inflicted, and I call that suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, but I just think that terminology is too polite and too proper to be applied to something that bad, you know. And that you know that's how everything has become acceptable to the point. Even I don't know. What do I know? Tell him, Clue. I don't know shit.
I mean, you know some stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, you do too. Actually, you know, this today, her video was the first time I saw anybody play videos from the Idaho 4. And her view of the video was probably it is, in my opinion, the absolute most accurate depiction of what was said on that sidewalk while they were walking by a camera. And it made more sense than anything else. And it took out, in other words, she looked at it as normal conversation between kids heading to a grub truck. And the things that we're told that make it seem like some nefarious crime originated from that conversation, or that's what the conversation was about.
Yeah,
Steve
even said that he himself believed it was just a normal conversation. So
no, but what was nice was that she took the time to point it out, play it, let people hear it, and then and then make observations that fit very well. I think more so than the conspiracy that from that conversation all else emanated. The way it's been framed. It's been framed as that there was some bigger scandal that was more widespread, and that this is part of it. And I say kudos to Clue to point out the simple normality of what was happening there.
Well, thank you, Sarge.
Yeah, no, that's why I like listening to your channel. You do come up with perspectives that you know, it's hard because a lot of people don't do it. They're not willing to do that or even consider it, and so you get caught up in the drama. And that's all of us, me included, you know.
I mean, but they were normal college kids. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And what triggered me was when you said that you'd have a fit like a baby when you were drunk and wanted mac and cheese.
Oh yeah, I have a fit like that now when I'm sober.
Yeah, and it just all of a sudden clicked when I started listening to that conversation. I was like, yeah, look at what she's got. No, I always give Clue credit. I give Dago a lot of credit too for the things you guys do. They know that because we talk a lot off of here. But on screen, I like to poke fun and say stupid shit to make a laugh because laughter to me, laughter is the best thing ever.
The only reason why we say unalive is because YouTube doesn't want us to say the other words. And I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard because I think it sounds stupid and makes YouTube look dumb. Sorry.
Well, they might want me to, but I don't do it. That's crazy.
I've been laying off of it more often than not anymore because I just at this point I don't think they're gonna take it down for that.
I will say this: rewatching those videos today, I noticed the cops kind of give like weird hand signals to each other when they're in the back of the house. Like the Rosenhall guy is like leaning against the pole, and then he does a thumbs up, and then he takes his pointer finger and does like a circle move. And the guy that he's looking at, I call him Tubby, the Tubby cop. He does the like okay sign, right?
Right.
And then he makes the comment, "No stairs to the back deck. Interesting."
Oh, that yeah.
And I'm like, I've never really paid attention or noticed the little hand signals he gave before today. And I was like, that's weird. I don't know what like affiliation that hand signal's from, but if anyone knows, tell me. It was just weird, right? The way they kind of interacted.
Yeah, well, the police and other professionals like that, hand signals aren't an uncommon thing.
Got you.
They have their own language that way so that they can, you know, especially if they're going to a crime scene or they're going to a dangerous situation. Sometimes you don't want to give away your position by yelling or whatever.
Well, they do that.
Well,
yeah, they're not.
They're like standing right beside each other, and he's like, I don't know.
They didn't want to be heard. I think they didn't want to be heard.
It's possible they didn't want the occupants of the house to hear what he was saying or thinking.
That's what I guessed on it. Yeah.
I do agree, right? I could see that situation, but I think it being followed up with that comment, right? no stairs to the back deck. Interesting. I just thought that was so weird. Like,
He's
I don't
talking
know.
about the upper deck, correct?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of weird. Be honest with you, when I saw that house, I thought that myself. But then I thought to myself, you know, that I would charge more for those rooms as a property owner because it had the balcony off the bedroom. So I could see why you wouldn't want it shared. If you were to put a staircase there, it's no longer exclusive to the room. Therefore, it's not really as special as it appears. And there was an awkward backyard to put a staircase down from a second-story deck, in all fairness, as well.
Yeah, I think which side of that house was the addition? I can never remember this. I know we looked it up once upon a time, but I can't remember.
The back upstairs.
Oh, okay. So that was the add-on.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole back of that house was an add-on.
Not to change the story here, but but did you guys see this? Look at this.
What?
Wait, what the hell? Yeah, here we go.
Breaking news.
And right now, we're following breaking news in downtown Baltimore as the Baltimore City Fire Department is on the scene of multiple manhole cover explosions along North Charles Street. Video from the scene, as you see right there, shows a large fire response with multiple engines and ladder trucks.
And we do have a crew on scene there. We're going to show you more in just a minute. Welcome to the news at 11, everyone. I'm Rick Ritter.
Christina Mendez is live.
I know what this is all
There's
about.
obviously a gas leak down there or a steam leak, but you generally just...
The Ninja Turtles got into an argument.
I don't get that one.
Master Splinter blew his top.
He's pissed off. I just wanted to make a joke real quick, that's all. Yeah, this is hold on a minute. This was actually just a few minutes ago, actually. 57 minutes ago, sorry. Anyway, I was just making a joke, thought it would be funny. Sarge.
I live in a house that was a 1-bedroom house, and it's a 3-bedroom now because there were a couple additions put on it. So, you know, the houses built in the 40s and 50s weren't built for lavish size. They were, you know, especially after you think right after World War II, a lot of these houses in my area, they call them pillboxes. They were built to house starter families after World War II.
So old. Yeah, man.
Damn.
What else we got?
I'm looking at some stuff right now.
What do you got there, Clue and Cletus?
She's got a hot dog in her hand.
I told you who was cooking it. You know something, man? I'm flying out there and cracking you in the back of the head.
No,
I had a hot dog tonight too.
When you asked, he wasn't.
Clue?
Whatever.
Oh,
Be mad.
I'm not mad. I look at my amazing powers of observation were denied, and yet, in fact, they were accurate.
Is this really a hot dog though? Because it's not on a hot dog bun. We know it's not a hamburger.
It's a wiener.
But the observation I made was that he was in the kitchen cooking, and you said no, he's not cooking.
He
I said,
wasn't.
He's getting ready to, and you were like, no.
It's a pig in a blanket.
No, but then when you said cooking, I was like, you know what? I want a hot dog in a bun, in a bread piece, whatever. A fucking hot dog.
A bread piece?
Yes. The bread, you fold it in half around hot dog, make it like a little blanket.
All right. Well, listen, to the people in the chat room, it was just another exemplary example of Sarge's powers of observation through sound.
It says that they found new evidence in the DB Cooper case 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
They ain't solving
It's
that
a
case.
piece of metal or something.
Mm-hmm.
People are smoking crack. They ain't solving that case. It's like finding Bigfoot. It's like the Bigfoot find. You ain't never going to find Bigfoot. Not possible. It's impossible.
Why?
Because there would have to be a big enough population to sustain. And that would not be a couple of Bigfoots randomly saw in different forests across the country, unless, of course, the species was the last count for extinction. It's physically impossible for a breed of any animal to exist without it being able to sustain and grow its population. Once the sustain and growth is broken, then it's in decline and will become extinct. It happened to the Neanderthals. It happened to the woolly mammoth. It happens to all species that go extinct. They stop reproducing at a rate greater than the count that's there. So if you got 10 and you reproduce only 10, now there's only 20, which is going to drop because of accidents, disease, elderliness. It's in decline. That's when you put a species on the endangered species list, when it no longer creates more. So if you've got 2 parents and they don't create 3 offspring, you're in decline. You're on the edge. You're facing extinction if you don't change that. So for the Bigfoot to sustain itself based on the regions that we're told people are seeing them, there would have to be fucking herds of Bigfoot.
I mean,
Period.
Sarge, to be fair, have you ever procreated with a Bigfoot?
Well, I know a girl with big feet that I procreated with. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you don't know that they don't have like multiple little foots at a time.
No, they could. But again, they would have to. But in order to sustain population, it has to grow, and then you wouldn't be finding one Bigfoot. In order for you to see one Bigfoot, that means that area has to contain many Bigfoots. So if you go on the forest looking for a bear, if you go on the forest, you start looking for a bear, you're going to start finding lots of bears, right? Because you need lots of bears to produce lots more bears to sustain the population. The same thing with a bird, with a fish, with people, with Bigfoot, with any animal. To sustain, you need a population to sustain growth, and that just isn't likely when it comes to an animal of that size in the areas they're claiming.
But something not being likely does not mean it's impossible.
No, I'll say it's impossible. If you can't build a population, you're in decline and you will go extinct. We could be seeing the remnants of a species that we would classify as extinct. You know how once in a while, folks, you'll hear that there's a bird that they rediscovered that they classified as extinct. They usually then find huge flocks of them somewhere. Okay. I mean, that's how it works. So a species in decline, if you could be seeing the last remnants of it, or what these people are seeing are in fact not Bigfoots at all. It's their mind, just like everybody else's mind. When you look at a cloud, you see the shape of human faces and human things, because your mind is designed for that. So I think people are witnessing animals that are in fact not Bigfoot, but they're confused, they're mistaken, because there's no way they would be able to go undiscoverable this long. Just not possible.
How come the plural of Bigfoot is not big feet?
It should be.
Oh, okay.
Because Bigfoot is a name, Sasquatch is the proper term.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sasquatch.
Well, what's the plural? I know, like the plural, like bear is bears. So
Bigfoots got Bigfoots.
Big
that's
feet.
but that just sounds stupid. Big feet.
Bigfoots.
Got a
It's the
question.
It's the hamburger argument all over again. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, anybody who lives in Tennessee, explain to me what the TWRA is.
The what?
Tennessee Wildlife Resource Association.
Okay. So some guy in Tennessee found cameras on his property of them watching him.
Mm-hmm. Sure he didn't.
They're watching. Hold on. The big feet?
No, watching him on his property.
Mm-hmm.
Who's
The
watching?
property owner. He switched subjects on you.
I was asking because I was reading the story. The TWRA, some guy found cameras belonging to them on his property, obviously that they're watching him, and now there's a whole thing about are they allowed to do that?
Oh, they're not watching Bigfoots. They're watching him personally.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What the hell, Dago?
That was so
Wow,
left
sorry.
field.
That was a perfectly maneuvered subject switch. I'm just gonna say.
Dear God, someone help me. I've got mental image problems.
Oh shit. What is this? Look at this. Well, look at this. Hold on.
I mean, what could they be watching him on his property do? Like, how big
That's
is
what
your
I
property?
wanted. That's what the question was for. Like, why are they watching you, bro? What are you doing? Are they watching you for poaching or what?
And how do they put up cameras without you knowing this?
So
trail cams. Your trail cams.
That's what they are. Is trail cams.
Depending on what part of Tennessee, there are parts where it's like almost like a public land situation.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's what the argument is right now.
Oh,
Isn't Tennessee also known for growing some plant with a root that's worth like thousands of dollars a pound?
Ginseng.
That's it.
We have that in my backyard.
You
Well,
better go out there and get digging. That stuff is expensive.
my God, that's worth a fortune, bro. I mean, you're like that story, the man named Dago, poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. Then one
It grows
day,
right next to my garage.
searching for some food, and out from the ground came ginseng, an Asian fruit.
Sorry.
Okay?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Shut
Yeah.
up.
Come on, Dago. Come on.
Or the bizarre. It's something that you might expect to see
Listen.
in the movie I, Robot or The Terminator, but this scenario jumped right off the silver screen into a car factory. Chief Transportation Correspondent Mackay Beeler is here now. And Mackay, a new report was just released about a robot going rogue in a factory and injuring a worker.
Yeah, and drew blood.
Wow.
In the process. This is wild. All right, if this isn't the most bizarre thing, I really don't know what is. It is hard to believe this could happen in real life, but
She's really calling something bizarre, huh? Okay.
a software engineer was attacked by a malfunctioning robot. Yeah. It happened on the floor of the Tesla factory in Austin, Texas. That, according to an injury report submitted to federal officials and health authorities. While the attack actually happened 2 years ago, the outlandish incident has just now come to light. The robot reportedly attacked and just really acted out on a violent streak after the engineer disabled other robots and inadvertently left it on. Reports say the robot pinned the engineer and sank its metal claws into its back and arm, causing serious injuries, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Now, the robots were designed to cut car parts from cast pieces of aluminum. The engineer was just programming the software and turned 2 of the other robots off to work on the machine.
There it is, right
If the
there.
rogue robot was accidentally disregarded, unintentionally left operational, and perhaps displayed its dislike for the disabling of his Android associates, one can only wonder what in the world prompted the attack. You can't make this.
Okay, so this woman is a I'm gonna put this woman reminds me of if Jennifer Coppendorfer and Nancy Grace had a child.
Oh,
that's what this woman reminds me of.
What's wrong with this woman?
I'm just gonna say,
and maybe she's an android. I don't know.
I'm just gonna say, me and that robot, we have the same nickname, Body in White.
Stuff up. It is
Number 5 is alive.
It always is a question, right, of robots' sense of awareness and can they eventually turn on again? It's a sci-fi movie, but what a terrifying incident.
It's starting, just like in Terminator. It's starting.
You want to know what's funny is, listen, what we're all being told is AI is an algorithm that we educated. You, me, and everybody that touches the internet. When you go to a site and they ask you to pick out a bicycle, and they ask you a whole bunch of like seems like irrelevant questions to prove you're not a bot. Those are designed to help write algorithms so that these particular programs act, behave, and recognize things that humans do. It's not intelligence. It isn't. It's simply an algorithm that's written really well. And it's taken years to get to this point. Most people don't even realize that to talk to an Alexa wasn't possible in the early 2000s. They didn't know how to create a program that would allow you to give a voice command in different dialects, in different, like a New Jersey guy versus Dago or versus Clue or versus me. Algorithms are how they've done this. And it's shocking that people would put on the news that a robot attacked somebody. This idiot didn't turn it off. And he went around to walk around in an area where this thing performs functions with claws and grapples to grab aluminum to cut or weld it. And he got grabbed by the robot. That's not a robot, a thinking robot attacking you to do harm. That's an idiot in a workplace that didn't turn it off. Right?
And prefer to keep alive.
You got Dago eating now. What are you eating, Dago?
I know I was about to ask that.
What are you eating, Dago? He's eating Cookie Crisp out of the box. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
What happened? What happened? I was craving something sweet, and we don't have sweets in the house, so I seen that. And I'm like, piss on it. I don't care.
I thought the Cookie Crisp logo was a guy with a robber mask. Or am I
it used to be when we were kids. They changed it, dude.
It's probably scary now for these little soft kids.
Ooh, easy now. It's like the Hamburglar. Where'd he go? Where'd the Hamburglar go?
Uh-oh. Now they're saying Epstein's still alive. He was spotted.
Imagine.
He's
Him and
shacked
Elvis.
up. He's
Him and Elvis
shacked
are
up with
hanging out.
Elvis and Tupac.
No, he was raping Bigfoot children.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, Dago, did you see that story about that woman bleaching the man's coffee?
Oh, that's awesome.
What?
It's on video. Yes. Look, if you get your coffee together at nighttime and you just go in and put your little water in the morning, you better start watching that mess. Because this guy, he's Air Force, I think.
Yeah.
And he was stationed in Germany. And like he would put the coffee grounds in the pot at night. Then in the morning, all he had to do was go get the water, put it in the back, and start the coffee maker. Well, he noticed it started tasting funny. And he got some of those pool chemical testers. And then he set up video cameras. And like you see this chick on camera, pouring bleach in the coffee pot.
You smell this.
What do we got now? Oh, this is it.
The husband, an unidentified airman, spent weeks testing his coffee maker for chemicals. He then decided to set up a camera in the laundry room, another pointed at the kitchen, and a third above the coffee maker. The video captures Melody Feliciano Johnson pouring from a bleach container into a cup, walking the cup from the laundry room and pouring the contents into the coffee maker.
First reaction is that it's just a tremendously sad scenario. It's surprising to see that type of video. I mean, I have not seen a case with these set of facts in my.
Hi, Richard.
Johnson is charged with domestic violence, attempted first-degree homicide, aggravated assault, and adding poison to food or drink. In police reports, the airman says she did it to collect his death benefits. She claims he sexually assaulted her when they lived overseas.
Oh yeah, that's why I moved in with him.
Great ABC.
And married him.
Yeah, bleach. Making him drink bleach is the perfect.
Yeah, okay, we got to get off this because all these women that claim sexual assault 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 years later. Listen, I'm sorry, honey. Show me the evidence and then tell me your story or shut up.
It's been washed away long ago.
Oh, come on. Now.
There's another one that 4 years ago was sentenced to 25 years for poisoning her husband with eye drops.
Visine gets them every time.
Antifreeze, yeah.
Crazy people.
But don't question anybody in the Idaho 4 that happens to be the female gender.
You know what's crazy? That the guy, he went to the cops with like the first videos and they were like, it's not really enough to prove it. Dude, if that would have been a woman bringing a video that had like half of what was in those videos in it, she'd have been done for. Or
if she would have brought a coffee pot that smelled like bleach, that guy would have been in jail before he actually could ask the cop a question, what's going on?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it's ridiculous.
Now look at this one.
Watching hidden camera footage of a husband fixing his wife coffee, but this is no sweet gesture. He's actually spiking the drink with sleeping pills. Luckily, she survived, but the light sentence the husband just received is causing outrage.
Chilling video from a camera hidden in a family's kitchen. It catches a husband poisoning his wife's coffee. Brian Kozlowski put the equivalent of 8 sleeping pills in the pot, swishing it around to make sure it was mixed in. The camera was placed there by his wife, who'd grown suspicious when she started feeling tired the days he made her coffee. The couple was divorcing but still lived together. At Kozlowski's sentencing, his wife's identity was concealed as she took the stand.
I felt a horrible coldness in the air, as if I was being hunted by a dangerous predator. But in this nightmare, the predator was Brian.
One time, the wife reportedly had a near crash when she dozed off at the wheel after drinking coffee made by her husband. She says their daughter also drank coffee he made before she drove to work.
She was able to make it to her desk, only to immediately fall asleep for 2 hours. Brian had successfully poisoned his own daughter and set her on a path that could have killed her that morning.
People who don't know
they're sleepy and they get behind the wheel, or the medication hasn't taken effect yet, and then
What
you
the
get
hell is
behind the
wrong
wheel
with
and you're
people?
down a few blocks.
I don't know. That's enough of that guy.
Kill a few people.
He's got that look. He should have been slapped just for looking the way he looks.
Thank you. That's what I said. He looked grimy.
He looks
Yeah,
plastic.
look at that.
He looks
Look at that.
plastic. What's up, Willie?
Crazy shit.
Antifreeze and juice is the sickest way to do it. You probably shouldn't say it like that, bro.
Yeah, it's just what an insane world we live in.
Arizona man, please. There's a lot of these videos. Poisoning coffee, poisoning coffee, poisoning coffee. There's like 15 in here.
I mean, you know what? Like, two of the most used phrases, I believe, in the English language are probably hello and goodbye. How hard is it to leave somebody?
Exactly. Why you gotta kill them? You know.
Yeah. They said they were getting divorced, but we're still living together. Well, I mean, if it was that bad, why not leave?
Right. Like,
oh hell no.
Oh, probably because if you move out, then you might.
You know. Can I just say something? No, this includes me. I want to say to me. But how fucked up are we to get our entertainment from this shit?
I'm okay with that.
It's more like a public service announcement.
Oh yeah, suddenly the stream,
copy. Pay attention.
The stream suddenly plummets to minus 200 viewers. Thanks, Art. Oh man,
is this new?
What new? Talking with a mouthful.
Oh.
How's that hot dog, Clue?
Gone.
Gone. Like that was gone a half hour ago, Sarge.
Whoop that shit down.
No, you didn't get timed out, Gray, did you? How?
Who saw the man who died leave?
Huh?
But again, this goes more and more to the point that I keep making is that it's almost always somebody in your circle that does this shit to you.
Dylan.
Right?
Yeah.
It's almost always. It's rare when it's some stranger broke into home to poison man with eye drops. You never hear that shit.
The newest thing I found on this.
Because if you didn't see them leave, that's one thing. If you did see them leave, then it leads to questions of, well, where did you think they were going? Why didn't you go with them, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea that he was unaware for days and not suspicious of what's happening in the backyard, and supposedly as a dog, but the dog was sent to his parents' house or something. Why? Let's bring in the reporter who was first on the scene, looking into these details for Fox 4 KC. Reporter Malik Jackson. Malik, nice to meet you. Thank you for helping me out on this.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Chris. We appreciate it.
All right, so now first, am I off in terms of my curiosity? Like, am I getting a wrong read on this, or are we right about the open questions?
Oh, I can't stand this.
I think you're exactly right. There's a lot of open questions, and more importantly, things have been said that don't line up. And so when things don't line up, what are you going to naturally do? Ask more questions. So I think you're right on target with this one.
All right, so in terms of what you're hearing from the authorities about what their assessment is to this point, my understanding is they're still waiting on toxicology. I've been told that takes a couple of weeks, but I thought that you got like a quick mix, like 1 or 2 days afterwards that gives them something to go on about cause of death. What are you being told about what they're looking at?
So I spoke on the phone actually with the medical examiner that is dealing with this case. And basically, when there's no obvious signs of foul play, like no gunshot wounds, no stab wounds, it takes longer because they need those toxicology reports. And they have to send them out of state. So it takes 6 to 8 weeks already. But depending on how complex the results are once they get them, it could stretch longer than that 8 weeks. So we are in this waiting period right now, and we really don't know when we're going to have these answers. And at the end of the day, Chris, and I know you understand this, there's 3 families. It's interesting. We don't know what happened. We all want to know, but there's 3 families right now that have no idea how their loved ones are gone. And the idea of having to wait maybe longer than 8 weeks, it's frustrating for them.
So what did the 5th guy have to say, who was there, but not the whole time? He left. What did he have to say? And Malik, let me know what your 2 biggest open questions are, and I'll put them to the attorney for you afterwards. So what does the 5th guy say? And good on you for getting an interview with him. And what are your questions?
So the fifth guy responded basically saying, because we spoke with Jordan Willis's attorney, John Paserno, on Monday. And after when we spoke with him, he told us that Jordan went to sleep. So it was a different story that he said in the statement on Saturday that he released. It was a different story that he told Ashley Banfield hours after we sat down with him. And we have it on tape. He said his client went to sleep, and so that these men were still in his house. So when I talked to him, my first question was, well, when you left the house, were they still alive? Were you the last person to see them alive? And he unequivocally said that is untrue. I was not the last person there. I spoke with his attorney, and his attorney told us, he was there until a little after midnight. And when he left, all of these men, all four men, so the three victims and Jordan Willis, they were awake, they were there, and they were watching Jeopardy on TV. My questions are, Chris, at this point are simply, so at first we were told he only received messages through Facebook, okay? Well, then once we hunted down the person, number 5, this mystery man, then that changed, because when we talked to him, he said, yes, through his attorney, that he texted Jordan on Tuesday because he had received text from Clayton McGinney's fiance and Ricky Johnson's mom. So he had received text. So he inquired to Jordan asking, about the whereabouts.
And
so
those weren't
why
answered.
Did that exactly?
Yeah.
So why, if you only got a Facebook message and then now it's, I got text messages? And then my other question, I think it's your question, which is, okay, so did he escort them to the door? Was he asleep? And when did he see them exit? Because the first statement he says, I didn't see them exit the house. And then in the same paragraph it says, actually, the last time he saw them is when they exited the house.
All right. So, and I'm going to go to break, but I just want to ask you this. I'll talk to the lawyer on the other side of the break. But did the guy number 5 give you any indication of how hard they were partying and what they were doing?
No, he didn't give us any indication of that. And when we talked to his attorney, when I talked to Paserno, that is the question that no one seems to want to answer. What were they doing? Were there drugs involved? How much alcohol was involved? Those are just questions that at this point we haven't been able to get the answers to. But, as we've done all along, if you don't tell us, guess what? We're going to go out there and we're going to find them.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com.
I can't stand that guy.
Neither can I. Sorry, folks. What are you doing, Clue?
Clue, who does coke watching Jeopardy? Is that something down south? Where's that habit come from?
What?
Nothing.
Somebody's lying.
Just saying, who does coke while you're watching Jeopardy? It don't make no sense to me.
You might need to stay awake.
And the answer is
it might have been a challenge.
Oh yeah. I don't know, but someone's lying, and I can't figure out if the 5th guy is lying on the homeowner or renter, whatever, the home guy, to make him look suspect.
I feel like Willis knows way more than he's saying.
Well, at the end of the
guy
day,
that lived there.
At the end of the day, who spoke first and whose stories have held consistent, right? And who spoke first was Jordan's attorney. His damn story has changed so many times, right? And so this guy and whatever.
But again, we're not hearing it from him. We're hearing it from some.
We're hearing what we were just hearing is a reporter talking about an interview he did with the 5th guy. Whatever the 5th guy said could easily be a response to concern over what Jordan's attorney said, which that, in my opinion, makes it pretty well useless in terms of trying to figure out what happened. The only thing that I find interesting and I think points in the direction we ought to be looking is the fact that nobody wants to answer the question about how hard they were partying.
Right.
I mean, has it been asked?
Well, that's what he just said. They've asked that of Jordan's attorney and of the 5th guy, and neither one of them wanted to answer, which is another reason why I say I think at the end of the day, they knew something, that shouldn't have been there was there, but had no idea that it was going to get to the level that it did.
And there's an argument to be made. The renter knew men were deceased in his backyard when he went to the door with a glass of wine to suggest they've been drinking the whole time.
All right, everybody. I got one more story. I'm eating Cookie Crisp cereal, folks. I'm sorry for
I'm
being
eating
rude.
pizza now because if all you folks are going to just chomp around on here, I figure I might as well chomp around.
Hearing
Chomp
but
around.
it made me want it.
How
All right, I
can you
got
be
one
eating
more.
pizza? Hold on. How can you be eating pizza and still able to talk that much?
I'm the man.
Big mouth.
I figured you'd be making waffles.
I'm gonna waffle, okay?
I got another one we need theories on. This is a good one I covered. I haven't touched it in a while because there's no new update. But hold on, guys. I'll give it to you to show you guys the story, and then we'll take it from there. Sorry about the cereal crunching, folks.
Oh yeah.
Pretty ignorant. I shouldn't have done that. 1 second here.
Could have been worse. Could have been chips.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out, and then we're gonna throw theories on this one because this is a good one for theories for sure. All right.
I'm Marnie Hughes, and this is Missing. Each week, we bring you a missing persons case from across the country. Men and women, young and old, different races, backgrounds, and stories, all in the hopes of finding them, uncovering clues, and helping families and friends get answers and closure.
RBF.
This week, we have some new clues in the disappearance of a young woman who vanished while on a cross-country adventure. It's been nearly 2 months since Chelsea Grimm set off from California on a road trip heading to the East Coast. Chelsea was on her way to a friend's wedding, and at one point she called her parents saying that she was instead going to head home, and that's when the trail goes cold. Chelsea Grimm set off from San Diego on a cross-country road trip on September 24th. She was going to a wedding in Connecticut. Working as an artist and photographer, Chelsea planned to document her 2,800-mile road trip through photos.
She was spontaneous. She changed plans a lot. The magnitude of this adventure, quote unquote, of driving across the country was a lot, even for Chelsea.
Chelsea had first planned on flying to Connecticut, but decided to drive to accommodate her new pet bearded dragon, Roz. 3 days into the trip, her parents said she called and said she didn't think she could do the trip by herself and was going to camp for a few days instead before coming home. She arrived in Phoenix and met up with her sister as well as a friend. She was supposed to meet that same friend for lunch the next day, but canceled, arriving in Williams, Arizona instead. Chelsea was parked near a graveyard and war memorial when she was stopped by a police officer responding to a call.
You doing all right? Yeah, I just was doing a photo shoot of the lost soldiers. I got a little emotional, so I was crying before I got back on the road. I was actually thinking of just camping for the night, but I wasn't really sure exactly yet. Gotcha. I didn't plan to be here till sunset. Okay, just hang out here however long you want. You're good to go.
Her parents said Chelsea's response in that call did not seem out of the ordinary.
One thing that seemed very in the ordinary or in character was how I think she said, "I appreciate your compassion," or something like that. That sounded 110% like Chelsea.
The officer in that stop suggested safe places for Chelsea to camp for the night. She was spotted again by a woodcutter on September 30th, camping in her car near Ash Fork, Arizona. Chelsea had told her parents she may not have phone service while she was camping, but after not hearing from her for several days, her parents reported her missing on October 4th. Just 1 day later, her SUV, a white Ford Focus, was found abandoned on the side of the road with 2 flat tires.
She seemed to have left that car of her own volition in an organized way. It was locked. She had taken her wallet and we think her phone and her sleeping bag, among other things, along with the bearded dragon.
Authorities have notified police in other states to be on the lookout for Chelsea. Her family's also hired a private investigator.
There was 2 flat tires, was out on a dirt road. How far was the body cam video where she was talked to by the police there to where the car was found? Did somebody interact with her and then they drove down that road?
Her parents telling News Nation's Brian Enton they were hanging on to hope that someone would recognize her with her pet dragon.
The chances of people recognizing Chelsea are at least sort of connecting the dots. If they see somebody with a bearded dragon, they're going to take an extra look at that person.
And as we cover this case, now is the opportunity that if you have questions or comments, I encourage you to post them and we'll do our best to answer them. Joining me now to talk more about Chelsea's disappearance, News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton. Brian, good to see you. I was glad to see that you were covering this case. You spoke with Chelsea's parents, you spoke with the private investigator. This is a real mystery, and there's some peculiar clues, starting with the timeline of events. I mean, you've got a young woman who was adventurous, who was excited about this cross-country trip, and then she decided to turn around. What did you take away from your discussion with her parents as to what was happening with her in the days leading up to her disappearance?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Marnie. They didn't seem to express that she was having any kind of like mental health issues that they knew of. I think they felt like her trip, you know, the fact that she was going to drive all the way across the country when she told them that she wasn't able to fly because of the bearded dragon. I think they thought that was like, oh, I don't know that that's such a good idea. It's kind of like, it's a long way. I don't think you realize what you're getting yourself into. And I don't think they were that surprised when she said she was going to turn around, because they told me they were sort of already thinking like, there's no way, it's just such a long drive. But there weren't really any red flags. I don't think that they noticed, at least that they told me before her disappearance. And that's one of the things that's so frustrating about this case, I think, is that there's really not that many clues. I mean, the car was found, the 2 flat tires, the fact that her cell phone and wallet were not there, I think is hopefully a good sign, because, you know, we've covered so many of these other kinds of stories where the cell phone and wallet are found, you know, with the car. And I don't know, that always strikes me as just, it makes me more worried, thinking like, who would leave their cell phone and wallet behind? So perhaps she did take off on her own with her wallet and maybe have some kind of mental health issue that her parents just weren't aware of. We really just don't know at this point.
Right. Yeah. You think if somebody has the wherewithal to take those important things that none of us leave home without, that they weren't taken, right? It wasn't some sort of altercation that she left them behind. I want to play another portion of your interview with the parents. This is Janet Graham, Chelsea's mom, talking about sort of the timeline of events that led them to report Chelsea missing. Let's play that.
We last talked to Chelsea on the 27th in the afternoon, and she said, I'm going to camp for a couple of days, and so I'm going to be probably where I'm not going to have cell service. And so for a couple of days, we didn't even think about it again, because she had told us she would be offline, and we knew she was in in Arizona, where there are spots where it's not particularly good for communication. So it was after a couple more days after that we started thinking, this is too long for a camping trip, and she should be back. She should be somewhere where she can get in touch. And so on the 4th of October, we reported her missing, and on the 5th, they found her car.
Brian, leading up to finding her car on the 5th, Chelsea met with a friend. I believe she met with a sister. What did her parents say about those encounters, those interactions with people that she knew in the area?
Yeah, that was one of the things that I asked about, was like, did her friend express any kind of concern that she was acting weird? And the parents said no. And I asked to get in touch with the friend, and that never happened. It would have been nice to talk to the friend, one-on-one. But the parents said that the friend didn't have any concerns, didn't say that Chelsea was acting weird at all. The part of the story that I've also sort of thought is interesting, where they said that Chelsea, in the days leading up to her disappearance, tried to pay for something with euros instead of US dollars. again, just made me wonder if maybe, I mean, she was having some kind of mental health issue, like, you know, and maybe just wanted to go off the grid. It's now been quite a long time. I mean, you would think she would have popped up by now, but even though the parents said the friend didn't have any information that she was acting strange, I mean, there were some other reports of some kind of strange behavior.
Yeah. I've got a question here. This is from Flipside Fishin' on YouTube. Thank you for watching and for your question. Did they say what caused the flat tire? As you talked to the private investigator, do we know? And she had 2 flat tires.
No, they didn't say, just that it was 2 flat tires. And I'm just looking back at my notes. I think they were on the right side. So it was 2 flat tires on the right side. The cell phone, wallet, and sleeping bag were gone. There are a couple of, or at least one other private investigator that's gotten involved in the case, from what I'm told, in addition to the one that I initially spoke to. And from what I've been told, the police have been giving information to the private investigators, information that isn't necessarily public. So it seems like the police are open to outsiders trying to help with the case. They've just released such minimal information to us. And the question about what caused the flat tires, they may know, but they haven't told us.
Yeah. Well, it's a good sign they're working with private.
The other PI involved is SF Investigates, the same guy that was involved in the Kylie Rodney case. And
did that case get solved as a result of him?
No, just giving you a heads up.
All right. Yeah, I'm just curious.
He's been posting things on Twitter, and it's gone quiet on this for quite a while now. So just a heads up as to who the other guy is.
Private investigators, oftentimes they don't. They'd like to go on their own. Good question from our viewer there. I have another question from Jay Ballou on YouTube. They're asking about phone pings and maybe she took a ride from someone. There's always digital evidence if she took her phone. Has that led to anything promising?
That's another really good question. I would imagine police have been looking into that. But again, it's not something that they've released to us or that the private investigators have said anything about.
Okay. The pet bearded dragon, I had to look these up just to remind myself what they look like. I mean, it's a big lizard. It's very colorful. Was this a new pet of hers? And this could be a major clue in spotting her, at least according to her parents.
It was relatively new. I don't think she was aware that she couldn't fly with the bearded dragon initially, which is why I think her plan was to fly, and then she switched to driving because she didn't think she could fly with the bearded dragon. It is an important clue because in addition to her wallet, car, and the sleeping bag and cell phone not being with the car, the bearded dragon was also not there. So if she did take off on her own, this bearded dragon was apparently very, very important to her. That's why she was driving across the country.
It has come out via Twitter since then that it was stated that other people have been told by her or heard before she completely disappeared that the bearded dragon was telling her that she needed to go different places. So she's having a go ahead, guys.
Dragon has wings.
No, they don't fly. They don't fly. What kind of anyway, it was stated somewhere down the road that she had been getting messages from the dragon about going to different places. She needs to disappear. She needs to leave, things like that. So,
but the family said there was no mental conditions or issues that they were aware of.
Yeah, that they knew of. So, I don't know how true that is, but then she tried to pay in euros at that hotel. I can show you the video.
Does he live with them?
With who? The dragon?
The parents.
The parents.
Oh, no. She was living on her own. They were going to this thing. She was going to drive and meet them. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, she called them and said, I'm not going to make it in time. I got something going on. And then bing, bang, boom.
I think to have that kind of a pet to begin with is a bit strange if you're a single woman. I just find that to be off. I don't know.
I don't know. I dated a girl that had a pet.
Yeah, how'd that work out, Dago?
I mean, it was. I mean, certain parts of it were amazing, but other parts of it, it obviously didn't work out if we're not together anymore. So, what the hell is another lizard?
Sorry for asking the question. I apologize. I retract the question. Next.
I mean, I don't know what kind of answer you expected out of that, but
well, that's what I mean. That's the kind of answer I did expect, because it's like, really, how many people?
it wasn't a big it was that little lizard thing that
They're
I
tiny.
know.
Did hers have wings?
No, I mean, I'm just saying. But this is a real, like, this one I followed and covered this. It's kind of crazy because she just poof, she's gone.
Well, it seems like, I mean, I remember watching this, and
right,
the car, that image of the car in the desert is where it was found, or is that not where it was found?
That
makes sense that she would take the bearded dragon with her.
Hold on a minute. Yeah, that's where they found the car with 2 flat tires on the driver's side. The doors were opened when they went in and checked the car. They didn't find it that way. And all that she took was a sleeping bag and a couple other things, and that's it. She's never been seen again.
So I mean, it sounds like,
sorry.
It sounds like she, had car trouble, loaded up the things that she needed, including the dragon, and took off, right, to seek out help.
Well,
or
yeah,
whatever.
in the video where she's trying to get the hotel room and play with the euros, the dragon is on her shoulder, and that's how it just walks around on her shoulder like other lizards, like this other
like
thing.
like a parrot and a pirate.
Yeah. Okay. And yes, the dragon is missing as well. Now, at one point, a boyfriend of hers was kind of following her across country, and he was the problem. He got arrested at some point, and I have heard nothing more about him. So, and where she went missing, she saw that interaction on that body cam with that police officer the night before, and then she was supposed to go have lunch with somebody, and then they find her car. So that's it.
She said she canceled her lunch, and then she was next seen somewhere else, right?
Right. That's when and then that's when they found. I think it was a lumberjack.
Who said she was getting advice from the dragon?
It was on Twitter that somebody she knows, she had told them a story about this, and they just kind of repeated it. So, you can't go with everything that you hear, obviously. So I don't know.
All right, so that's not an established fact. That was just some bullshit thrown into the mix.
And my thought is she took a sleeping bag, this and that, and everything else. Maybe she was having a mental health episode and she was doing something. She went out into this area. I mean, it's all like rocky, deserty type areas. An iguana. That was what I was talking about.
I'm just trying to figure out what would you run over that would flatten both
wheels on one side? That was my point.
If you're out in, the desert, I mean, I could think of a couple of possibilities, right? Or as you turn off the road, I mean, for it to be both tires on the same side of the car, because I thought they said the right side of the car, which would have been the passenger side. I mean that.
Yeah. I'll show you the video, and I want you to see the video, the full interaction video of her with the police officer that's on body cam. You need to see that to understand something.
Right.
All right. That's what kind of gave me a little. Like, wait a minute, something's a little bit off with this.
We got people. I think people they buy, especially if you get something all-wheel drive or something like that. Those SUVs, the tires that are on those vehicles are 2 or 3 ply, 4 ply at best. They're not a heavy-duty off-road tire. And if you're going to take the vehicle into that kind of terrain, puncturing them or damaging them isn't, it's pretty common. They're made to be on asphalt, not desert roads.
Right. Okay, hold on a minute. Hopefully this shows the full video, hopefully, and you guys now. This is after she told her parents she wasn't going to quite make it in time for this wedding, okay? And then it goes to this. 1 second here. Okay. Let me give you guys some words just in case.
I feel like I've been focusing too much today. I'm losing it.
All right, here we go.
Making contact with 32-year-old Chelsea.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
New body camera video tonight shows a Williams police officer making contact with 32-year-old Chelsea Grimm days before her car was found on a remote road without her in it. In the video, the officer says they got a call for suspicious activity near the cemetery in Williams, and he came to check on her. Chelsea appears to be upset and explains she was working on a photography project.
Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I just was doing a photo shoot of the lost soldiers and got a little emotional, so I was crying before I got back on the road.
Her disappearance, days after this video was recorded, has both family and authorities confused, searching high and low for tips as to where she went. Here's
this video right here, this still picture. Hold on. Was posted just like this the day before she went like right before she went missing. This was posted like this. Nothing went with it. No tag, no words, no nothing. She just posted that to her account, and that was the end of it right there.
What day was that posted?
This was the day before she went missing.
Well, but the reason I asked, right, is because they show that she was seen by that cop on the 28th.
This was the day, I think the day of the daytime of the 28th, I think it was. I'm sorry.
Okay, I got you.
And she just stares at the camera. There was no post with it. There was no nothing. Just this. I thought that was a little creepy myself, but you know. And I was looking in the background for shadows of maybe somebody standing there. There's nothing there that you can see, obviously, but I don't know.
What is behind her? Is that her car?
Yeah, that's the vehicle there. And then that's
Is that a rental or is that her own vehicle? Is that a rental?
I believe it's her car. Arizona, Gene, is where they found her vehicle.
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out what kind of car that is.
I think it's a Ford.
I'll show you the video of the car again. Hold on. After as soon as this ends.
where she went. Here's what we know so far. Chelsea planned to drive from her home in San Diego to Connecticut to meet her family for a wedding, but she told her family she was stopping to camp in Arizona instead. Investigators know on September 27th, she met a friend in Phoenix, then canceled lunch with that friend the next day. On September 28th, she surfaces in Williams and has that conversation with the officer, telling him she's planning to camp nearby.
Yeah, if it's okay with you if I hang out here for another like 15 or 20 and then head on the road, that would be my plan, I think.
Do you have like a hotel around here or anything?
I don't. I was actually thinking of just camping for the night, but I wasn't really sure exactly yet.
Gotcha.
I didn't plan to be here till sunset.
The yellow lights over there, the Loves. It's a trucker stop in the gas station area. You can just sleep there. Nobody will bother you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love that.
The sheriff's office says on September 30th, a woodcutter in an area near Ash Fork, Arizona, sees Chelsea camping in her car, talks to her, and she says she's okay. But that's the last known contact she had with anyone.
We're trying our best to hold on to the positive outcome scenarios and put our faith in the authorities.
On October 4th, her parents report her missing. And on October 5th, hunters in the same rural area find her abandoned Ford Focus SUV in the middle of a dirt road with flat tires on the right side. It was locked. Many of her belongings were found inside, but there was no trace of her, and all cell phone and credit card activity has since stopped. The Coconino County Sheriff's Office says while they don't suspect foul play at this point, they're trying to figure out if she got in another vehicle or if she hiked out. Either way, by the time they began investigating her disappearance, it had already been 5 days since the last time anyone saw her alive.
Jesus.
The sheriff's office tells me they're actively working with her family and friends on any tips and leads. She also has a pet bearded dragon that is a good identifying factor and possible clue to her whereabouts if it's found. Of course, if you have any information about Chelsea Grimm, please call the Coconino County Sheriff's Office, and we'll also be staying on top of this investigation. Live in the newsroom tonight, Brianna Whitney for Arizona's Family.
So strange that her vehicle was found with everything inside, but the tires flat, and it just doesn't add up. Brianna, thank you. I know you'll continue to update us.
Makes sense.
On that search.
There's nothing unusual about that. The reporter's an idiot.
We begin.
Jesus Christ.
So the dragon disappeared with her. I'm sure somebody took that because they're worth money.
What?
Or it just ran off into the desert. I mean, we don't know.
That's what I was saying. Like
No, I mean, like if somebody did something to her, then they took that. I'm saying,
yeah, maybe.
The dragon.
Yeah, they're
Get
worth
that
money.
thing for like $40 at a PetSmart. I'm just saying. I'm not saying they're
A big one like that.
Yeah, we bought ours at
PetSmart.
ours flies.
They were
though,
the way
so
they
it's
were
probably more
explaining it on here.
expensive.
You guys have one? You have one of those things?
Yeah.
Yeah, it flies
And
though, so
chicken?
it's probably higher. It probably costs more.
Jesus.
I'm kidding.
You're moving higher and up that mountain than I
They don't
thought.
fly.
It shows what you know. Ours does.
If you throw it at the wall, it'll fly.
Hey, everybody needs motivation every now and again.
It's beyond tragic. So everything looks as it should. Obviously, she had car trouble, and then her removal of herself from that position, that situation, looks normal.
By
So
the
it looks
way,
like she
sorry,
was grabbed
CL, I was
somewhere,
wrong
you know?
about her age. Okay, so
Oh.
here's the vehicle.
The thing I'd be curious about is how far from that truck stop that the cop was telling her about was her car found.
Well, here's a little bit of my theory. He sent her to this truck stop. She's an attractive woman by herself, okay? And she sits in this truck stop all night and possibly sleeps. You don't think somebody else saw her and maybe followed her? I mean, there's some freaks out there right now, but I'm just saying that's a little bit of what one of my theories was.
Sounds to me that she encountered trouble after she left her vehicle and went on foot. That's where she encountered her trouble.
I would say
Possibly.
Situation, but
What's that,
Let
Cletus?
me see.
I'd say that's the most likely situation. And I mean, if there's hunters that found her car, that implies that there's game, which implies there's predators. Which
and it implies she made it through the truck stop, spent the night, and then she went on her way. Right?
Maybe, right? I mean, yeah, that's the simplest explanation for sure.
Okay, so here's the full interaction, I think.
That's tragic, man.
All right, here we go.
Nice,
outside of a cemetery.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing great. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I just was doing a photo shoot of the lost soldiers and got a little emotional, so I was crying before I got back on the road.
Chelsea can be heard telling the officer she's a bit emotional after working on a photo shoot about fallen soldiers.
Yeah, okay. I'm just making sure someone called it in. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're quite all right. I mean,
I was just doing a photo shoot, yeah. Packed up, I'm going to leave soon.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to drive like that. Sad.
I got you. You've been smoking a little bit of marijuana?
Earlier today, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Do you have your license on you by any chance? Gets me all emotional too.
Yeah, it's just, I'm trying to do a series on the lost and the forgotten people in this country.
She later discusses where to stay while she's on the road before parting ways with the officer.
I know you told me that you smoked marijuana and you're kind of
Now, one thing that I did notice when I was covering this case, the comment she made there made me wonder something. She's doing a series on the lost and forgotten people in the country.
Yeah.
And now she's lost.
And forgotten. Yeah, that's tragic, man.
So, I wouldn't say forgotten, but like it makes me wonder, are you playing into your series? Do you see what I'm saying? It was just something else that I was like, wait a minute, maybe part of her thing.
I don't think so. What would she be eating? What was she eating for all the time she's been missing now? The dragon wouldn't hold you over for long. It was small.
I understand. I'm just saying it could have started that way and ended up in a bad way. God, Mr. Fucking Negative about everything that you say to somebody.
I cannot with him tonight. Like, I don't know what's wrong with him. What's all over her arm? Is that like a real tattoo or is that hinky?
Henta? No, it looks like real tattoos, I think.
Henna. Hinky.
Henna, Henta.
Yeah.
H-E-N-N-A.
And How do you say it, Sarge?
What's that, sir?
That stuff.
That tattoo stuff.
That
Hinky.
tattoo stuff.
It's not hinky. I don't know why I keep
It
saying
is
that.
I
definitely
don't
not.
know. I'm not. I don't have a tattoo. I never even considered putting a
Henna.
tattoo.
Henna. There it is. She just said it. Henna. I thought you would
Yeah,
know. You know, like almost
no.
everything.
When
No,
he
but
say
not
henna,
tattoos.
like
Henna.
I have no interest in tattoos.
henna.
You don't like tattoos at all?
I have no interest. No, I've never found them appealing or attractive in any way, shape, or form.
Good
It's
Lord,
just
look
do
at
it-
these people.
do
Henna,
what you want to do
henna,
with your
henna,
own body.
henna.
I think it's kind of ridiculous, especially when you do them young. Because just imagine, again, you're gonna get all wrinkled. You're gonna change. You're gonna blow up. Blah 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 blah.
It'll be like getting new tattoos, though. They'll change when you get like you get fat, and they turn into something else. Or if you get skinny, they turn into something else that way too. It's like getting new tattoos,
I have tattoos. I like them.
I do. I have lots of them.
I was gonna tattoo my penis with a minnow so I could watch it grow into a whale. But
I knew he was gonna do that one. I knew it. I swear to God, I knew he was gonna do that one.
Well, why would you open these doors for me? I can't help myself. I'm going to
As soon
open
as
it
I
and walk
started
through.
saying the word tattoo, I said, "It's coming. It's coming." It took you longer than I thought. Actually, it's funny.
Well, I wanted to get deeper into the pond before I dragged you out of the water with me.
Okay. Hey, have a good night, Terry. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate it.
Diego, you should not have followed up that joke with "It's coming, it's coming." It took longer than I thought, actually.
Oh man, how are you, Cletus? Did you survive that one?
No.
Oh Christ!
You're entirely too immature to do this.
Oh,
I've been listening. I've been listening to Sarge with the addition of this video right here, literally for like 6 hours, maybe more. You guys were on the phone for two
I'm entirely
before.
too immature. Is that what you said there, Cletus?
I said we are entirely too immature.
I'm just tired. Have a great night, Terry. Thank you again for joining us tonight, hon. Yeah, I'm just burnt out tonight. That's all, and it is what it is.
And he said,
I don't
drink bleach.
SF and Steve from SF Investigates. He did make a post on Twitter a while back, and he thinks after what he looked into this as deep as he could, and he said that he thinks that she may have purposely disappeared. So why? I don't know. But then I watched an interview with her parents and thought, well, there's a good reason there.
Oh my God.
Her parents seem to be very like, I didn't mean that ignorant. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It came off wrong. Her parents seem to be very like possibly like really overbearing in a sense. Do you know what I mean? So wow. That could have been a reason like she doesn't want, because the way they explained like in the one interview is that like they always hear from her every day. They talk to her, and it's probably because of their end of things. You know what I mean? So
I mean, but that's not, to me, that's not too crazy. Like, I think if our daughter was deciding to drive like eons of miles, like I would check in with her. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't be 24/7 like I might be, but
yeah, you would be.
Yeah, so would I.
I mean, especially if it's the first time she's ever done something like that. Like,
Oh yeah, I get that. No, Phantasmic. They found her car that way. She didn't call anything in.
Right. Wouldn't it make sense though that as short as distance as possible she got from that vehicle where she had reception, she would have called for some kind of assistance?
that's what you would think, right? Like,
I would imagine, but that's why I don't know. The region that she's in is like rocky, desert, mountain. Take care, Zelda. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Is there cell coverage in that area? I mean,
and bobcats and coyotes.
And mountain lions and oh my, yeah, there's a lot of that stuff out there. I don't think there is, Sarge. I think it's all like dead air out there.
Is there a way for us to know where her vehicle was parked and we can look for cell phone coverage?
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
I mean,
the when it broke down.
What?
You mean when the vehicle broke down?
Yeah, where the car was found. And is there a way, if we knew that zip code, could we zoom out and see where there's any cell phone coverage for that area, if any at all? Or where the nearest cell phone coverage was, and
right, but she left her cell phone there.
Oh, she left her cell phone in the car?
I thought she took it with her.
I thought that they said,
Oh,
oh
here
God,
we go again.
I'm tired tonight. I'm tired tonight. I may have
How
made
do
a
you-
mistake. Okay, I could be wrong. Hold on.
They said she took her backpack and her cell phone and her
Cell
wallet.
phone and her
Okay.
dragon and
Okay.
stuff with her. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Thank
Then
you,
yeah,
Cletus.
we can do that.
So yeah, to me that would be interesting to see what distance is between her and the next. And if she had no cell phone coverage there, then how far would she have had to go to pick up the coverage? And it would seem that prior to getting there, she was then abducted or something nefarious took place.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to narrow the search area down to something based on that.
I feel like the most likely scenario is she abandoned the car, went to go camping, and most likely some type of wildlife interacted.
That's what my thought was too.
Man,
Or
I hope not. Jesus.
fell in that rock, like up on a cliff or something, fell down into something, and nobody. But they searched that area like crazy, I guess, and haven't seen nothing.
Do you remember in the 80s when they made fun of that family when they said the dingo ate your baby?
Yes.
And then later on, many years later, they realized the dingo did eat that poor family's baby.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Don't you
All
guys
right,
remember that? There was Elaine on Seinfeld threw that out at some lady's wedding.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where that saying came from?
It's a true story. Yeah.
The dingo ate the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Shut up. I say that all the time, and I just thought it was like funny because you get to sound like an Aussie, but
Yeah, that
I'm not
dingo
saying
ate
that
your
anymore.
baby.
What the heck? Sorry, I almost cussed. What is a dingo? Is it a kangaroo?
Like a wild dog.
Like a wild, like a coyote in Australia.
Like a chupacabra?
No, there's no such a thing, but yeah.
They're not real, but it's kind of like a coyote, hyena type thing, looking thing.
How do
Wild
y'all
dog.
know that's not real? How do you know there's not a chupacabra?
Oh boy, that's and there was that once tell you a story about a man named Dago. Found some ginseng.
No, about a girl named Clue. No, this ain't no Dago. I don't believe in damn chupacabras.
But you believe in Bigfoot?
No,
Oh, ooh,
that's
okay.
Sarge over here.
Ooh,
Woo.
jeez, no.
Dago.
Woo woo.
Boy, that was an assertive no.
I know.
You had a dingo shepherd mix. Dang.
That dingo ate your baby.
Can someone pull up a picture of this thing?
A dingo?
Oh my lord. Yes.
Never mind. Don't Google that. It might bring up the wrong type of thing. I'll do it on my own.
I got it right here.
Hey, look, it's a dog. It's a wild dog.
Yeah, it
It
just
looks
looks
a
like
good-looking pet. That would make
it's like it kind of looks like yeah, it looks kind of like a fox too, a big fox.
Oh, hush! You're not going to do nothing.
They're a cool-looking dog for real.
There you go.
It's a
Oh, it does look like a
phantasmic
little
piece.
fox.
Mm-hmm.
It is a good-looking dog, man. It's actually dog size too. It's not been bred into miniaturization, but that's another story.
That thing ate a baby?
They run in packs, just so you know, and they will snatch and steal food and run off with it. And that could
Oh,
be
so it's like a
they're
coyote.
like a coyote, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're in Australia. See, look,
They're
see them all together.
I'd like
Okay, he looks a little more vicious there.
They all do.
Really? Like when they're just standing there with their mouth shut, they look like sweet.
Look at that.
They look like a skinny Shiba Inu dog.
Look at these nasty looking things. But see, their canines aren't as big as like.
Oh, that one's cute. The one that's growling. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this thing over here. Look.
All right, so can we get back to the topic at hand?
It looks like that thing
Dingo.
from Twilight.
The dingo. The
It kinda
dingo
does.
ate your baby.
Rawr, rawr.
A dingo versus a hyena. Look at that. Damn, look at the hyena's teeth.
Yeah.
Ugh. Anyway, back to where
Oh,
we
I
were.
see the baby. Is that the baby?
Right down here, yeah. Dingo babies.
What?
No, that baby. Teacher or toddler attacked by.
That was from a long time ago, but yeah.
Yeah, but it was interesting because that really was a funny thing to say, but unfortunately, it turned out to be true.
It did, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, my one of my good friends, David, lives in Australia, and I guess it's pretty common to be attacked by these things over there.
Yeah.
and they will tear you up if they get a hold of you. So, um, yeah, it was somebody in the chat said it was an infant. So yeah, it was an infant that it
Right.
snatched.
Well, that's why I say baby, infant. Yeah. So where the hell were we? We were talking about the bearded dragon lady.
So at some point she wandered into a hotel. I don't remember. I have to find that video to give you the exact date again. And literally was trying to pay for a room with euros. I don't know if it's because that's all she had, if she was confused, or
they're worth more than $1.
And of course they wouldn't take them. They said they couldn't take them.
Yeah, because the exchange rate. But dingoes are worth more than $American.
Euros, yeah.
Euros.
Yeah, they have a higher rate than what we do. So yes.
Yeah.
And then the car was found with the 2 flat tires, and you were right. That's on the right side, please. And so, like, I was thinking of that too. If you're in a bad, like a rough terrain area, if she hit like a hole or something on that side of the car, it would have blown both tires. I could see.
Not most. I mean, there's all terrain and off road tires that are suitable for that environment, but
well, not on that little.
If you buy at a dealership like that, an SUV, it's an EcoBoost. You don't want to be taking it down suspect roads like that. The tires
right. That's not made for going out in the
tires
desert.
are made. They're made for gas mileage and efficiency. They're not made for rugged environment.
Yes. I'll give you guys the rest of her interaction with this guy real quick.
State as well. I don't know if you want somebody else to drive you, or if you just want to hang out here for a little bit longer. You're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, if it's okay with you, if I hang out here for another like 15 or 20 and then head on the road, that would be my plan.
Sure.
I think.
Yeah, I don't see any signs of impairment or anything like that. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, with my eyesight and then crying, it's not the best combination at night.
Dude, I totally
I was like,
understand.
I'm just gonna like cry on the road, or I'm just gonna sit here and cry. So I
got
have
you.
my dragon, and I'm just.
Oh, that's freaking cool! I didn't even notice that.
Thanks, Rosie.
Wow, Rosie,
I
that's
think she's asleep.
Wow, right on.
She got bored.
Yeah. Do you have like a hotel around here or anything?
I don't. I was actually thinking of just camping for the night, but I wasn't really sure exactly yet.
Gotcha. Well,
I didn't plan to be here until sunset.
Okay. You can't camp in the city limits. It's kind of like a city statute we have.
Okay, good.
But you can always go. I don't know if you can see like the yellow lights over there, the Loves. It's a trucker stop in the gas station area. You can just sleep there. Nobody will bother you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yes.
Might get some good shots at sunrise too there.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. The sunrise here too. If you ever want to take photo shoots of like the statues in the morning, dude, it's really cool because the sun like rises right behind them.
Amazing. Okay, I'll probably stay at the truck stop then, save some money, and then come over for the sunrise.
You got it.
Cool.
All right. Well you have a great time.
Well, she was very into photography, so she was
very, very on. She didn't sound bad at all.
Insane.
Right, they go. She sounded like normal. Handle the conversation.
I thought she was pretty with it. For being upset and maybe even smoking a little bit of marijuana, I thought she was she seemed pretty clear-headed in my opinion. So then this interview, this is her parents' interview real quick.
San Diego, as part of the way she was supporting herself. And so to hear that she was doing a story on lost veterans is not unusual. I don't know the circumstances under which she was taking pictures in a graveyard at night. So I really don't make anything of it because it would be their speculation.
The last known sighting of Grimm was 2 days later on September 30th in Ash Fork, Arizona, about 20 miles away from Williams. A woodcutter there saw her camping in her car and asked if she was okay. Grimm said she was doing fine, but she hasn't been heard from since. Her parents say it was normal for their daughter to camp alone.
She has had a lot of training in camping, and it's something that she has done in the past. She hasn't done it recently since she's moved to San Diego, but well, actually she had done it in August. She had gone camping in August, but up until then, I mean, I wouldn't really characterize her as an outdoor girl, a wilderness kind of person, but she certainly had the skills to do that.
Prior to her disappearance, Grimm's parents say she went through a...
We got to drop.
You got to drop. What time? Oh shit! Yeah, I think I do too. Damn, it's 1:22. I didn't realize that.
We're not going to find the dragon tonight anyway.
Not tonight, but anyway, guys. Good night tonight. That was kind of fun. I enjoyed that. Appreciate it. Tomorrow, It's Friday, and tomorrow, I guess in the
Thank
evening.
God for Friday.
Yes, we're supposed to do something tomorrow night, so we'll see how that works out. And I don't know what Clue's got going on tomorrow, but I'll probably do my normal. Oh yeah, we got Idaho tomorrow, for sure in the morning, afternoon. So look forward to that, and that's that. So you guys up here have a great night tonight, Sarge and Clue and Cletus.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks
going
for
to bed.
having me on. I appreciate it a lot.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
You, everybody else in
Good night.
chat.
Son,
Great
be
night.
good, son.
All right, Pop.
You guys are such a mess. Have a great night,
That
Sarge.
makes you my granddad?
No.
Good.
No, that wouldn't work. Okay, never mind. Okay,
He's his own grandpa.
I've been
Your
up way too
grandpa.
long.
All right.
Good night,
I'm freaking out.
everybody.
Good night, Clue. Sarge, Cletus, have a great night, folks. All right. And everybody in chat, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It was a lot of fun, folks. We got quite a few theories out there, which were interesting in my opinion, but we'll see. Tomorrow, like I said, be ready. It's the Idaho hearings. And then tomorrow night, we're going to put something together that's going to be relaxing and nothing true crime. It should be quite a bit more fun. So I hope you guys are into it, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate y'all so very much, and I love to each and every one of you. Have a great night. God bless. See you soon. Bye-bye.